All right, peeps, here we are. Filip Hrgovic, David Adeleye. Moments before the opening bell. Shout out to everybody locked in the live chat. The two fighters are coming face to face. Referee's instructions. Let's see how this one goes. Got a very short referee for these two big heavyweights. They touch gloves. Let's see what happens here. Hrgovic definitely looks the calmer of the two, but Adeleye doesn't look terribly nervous. I think he is slightly. Anyway, round one, here we go. Adeleye out on the front foot, throws out a jab come hook. Doesn't want to let Hrgovic get any confidence. Hrgovic very relaxed, feinting. Adeleye with a jab to the chest of Hrgovic. A jab which was then blocked by Hrgovic. Adeleye moving his head. Right hand to the body from Filip Hrgovic. Adeleye just wants to relax a little bit here because you can burn a lot of energy. That's a nice jab there from Adeleye off the ropes. Because you can burn energy if you're too tense and you're too hyped up. Energy that you don't need to burn. Unless you manage to get things over early, then you're going to need that energy in the later rounds. Adeleye will be looking for that left hook. That's his best punch. That's a good jab from David Adeleye. And against the very upright heavyweight like Filip Hrgovic, if there are things to criticize about him, which there definitely are, there's a right hand attempt by Hrgovic. Adeleye moves his head, gets out of the way of the shot. Hrgovic is an upright heavyweight, as I was saying. And upright heavyweights tend to be susceptible to left hooks. Body shots from Hrgovic. Adeleye comes back with a couple shots. So Hrgovic, as usual, starting fast, or starting quite fast. But Adeleye is on his P's and Q's here. He's not yet getting caught with a number of shots that Daniel Dubois was in the early going against Filip Hrgovic. Hrgovic got his hands up, so he must respect the power to some extent of David Adeleye. Body shots again from Hrgovic. He's trying to pin Adeleye on the ropes and unleash some shots. They clinch. A minute left in the first. But an interesting one so far. Adeleye's just been looking to stay out of trouble and land shots where he can, which I think is a pretty good approach. He did look to take center ring in the very early going, but he's given up center ring now and Hrgovic is coming forward. He's trying to sneak some shots in the clinches here, Hrgovic. But Adeleye was wise to it. Combination there from Hrgovic was blocked by David Adeleye. Jab from Hrgovic. Another jab from Hrgovic. Adeleye trying to throw the counter right hand there, but missed. Hrgovic really... Oh! That was a nice right hand from Hrgovic. I don't think he had full power on it, but it did get through, or appeared to get through from the angle I'm watching here. Hrgovic, combinations. That's the end of the first round. What do you guys make of that first round? Danny says the body work was good from Hrgovic. Yes, it was. Shout out to D-Dubs. I got that round for Hrgovic. He did a bit more. He bossed the action. He pinned David Adeleye on the ropes. Went to work, so that's a Hrgovic round for me. But Adeleye wasn't blown out of the water or anything in that first round. You know, he did his thing, landed a few jabs, was able to evade getting hit with anything too clean. So it wasn't a total disaster for Adeleye there. Getting instructions, Hrgovic, from Abel Sanchez in the corner right before the second round here. David Adeleye is slow off the stool. Got Adam Booth in his corner. There's the bell for round number 2. Intriguing first round. Let's see how the second goes. Hrgovic in the Croatian colors, red, white, and blue. David Adeleye in the solid white Big left hook attempt there from David Adeleye. Being a bit more aggressive. Is that what Adam Booth has told him to do in the corner, to take it to Hrgovic? Oh, nice right hand through the middle from David Adeleye. Maybe Adam Booth didn't like his charge getting pinned on the ropes like that and worked over. Maybe he's told him to get his respect in there, because Hrgovic, as I say, was pushing him back and teeing off. Jab there from Hrgovic. Adeleye clinches as Hrgovic tries to come in. Hrgovic again working off that jab, but the jab at the moment mostly blocked. Some of them are getting through. Nice right hand to the body from Filip Hrgovic. He's keeping his distance here. He doesn't want to get suckered in to getting hit with a big count. That was a solid jab from David Adeleye off the ropes, though. Solid jab. Oh, Hrgovic's cut. Seems to have been cut from that very solid jab that Adeleye landed. Success for David Adeleye. The scar tissue, and that was a hard right hand to the body from Adeleye. That blood is running into Filip Hrgovic's eye. That was a very accurate and solid jab that David Adeleye landed there to open that facial injury. Now this is getting real interesting, because it was Hrgovic getting the better of things until that shot landed. The scar tissue from the Daniel Dubois fight, and he may have been cut in other fights, has reopened. And that blood is splattered all over his face right now. Hrgovic can't be feeling good about that. They're going to have to calm him down in the corner, because he might be having flashbacks here to the Daniel Dubois fight. Hrgovic going for the right hand, body shot. Oh, right hand from Hrgovic was a decent shot. Adeleye. Oh, left hook from Hrgovic was a good shot. Is Adeleye stunned? He's trying to come back with that massive left hook there. It's a bit wild. Adeleye's got those fast, explosive shots. Hrgovic more consistent with his punches. Despite being cut, Hrgovic is still in control in the round. There was a brief moment there where, oh, right hand from Hrgovic on the inside again. Sneaky with them shots on the inside, Filip Hrgovic. But there was a moment right after the cut happened where Hrgovic backed off a bit and Adeleye started coming forward, spurred on by the sight of blood. That was a nice jab again from David Adeleye. Oh, big left hook from David Adeleye on the right hand. Nice shots. Jab from Adeleye. So yeah, that's the end of round number 2, and it was a very solid jab. Wow, that's a terrible cut. Wow, that is a terrible cut. Shades of Vitaly Klitschko's eyelid against Lennox Lewis. An identical cut to that. Terrible, terrible cut. You wonder how long they'll let the fight go on for. Here it is. It's a jab. It's a solid jab. Bang! It was a great jab to open that cut up. You can see it on the slow-mo there. Beautiful. He really screwed that jab in with the knuckles into Hrgovic's eye. It was a great delivery on that jab from Adeleye. Great shot. Cut Filip Hrgovic's eye open. Unzipped it like a purse. My comment will trigger you, says granite chin but weak skin. Indeed. He's got that Vitaly Klitschko thing going on. Here we go, round number 3. Let us see where this goes. Oh, referee taking Hrgovic to the corner. Doctor having a look at the eye. Okay, they're allowing it to continue, but how long will this fight continue with such facial damage for Filip Hrgovic? He's going to be very cautious now about the blood coming out and that cut getting worse. And Adeleye has got confidence from that. He's going to be looking to target that eye even more now. Body shots from Hrgovic. Pretty quick combination there by his standards. Blood again flowing from Filip Hrgovic's eye. It's literally a big slash on the eyelid. It's a bad, bad cut. Right hand attempt from Hrgovic. Adeleye comes back with a nice right hand to the body. Combination from Filip Hrgovic. Right hand from Hrgovic. Adeleye takes it though. I don't think Hrgovic had full purchase on that shot. Hrgovic slashing away with combinations. Adeleye moving his head, spoiling a bit. Hrgovic on the jab. Adeleye on the front foot a little bit here. Again, Hrgovic is winning most of the moments in this fight, but Adeleye is having enough success of his own to still be very much in this fight. I mean, that second round was another Hrgovic round, to be fair. But, oh, right hand from Hrgovic. Adeleye slipping and sliding against the ropes. Hrgovic far more active, but... And he's good going to the body there, Hrgovic, because Adeleye isn't throwing as much. And Hrgovic doesn't want to be the only one gassing out in the second half of the fight. So investing to David Adelaye's body might pay dividends. Hrgovic, the much more active fighter. As we expected, Adeleye is very low volume, typically in most of his fights. Maybe David Adeleye is going to bide his time until Hrgovic slows down, which he tends to do. We've seen it time and time again. Hrgovic comes out fast like this, throws a lot of shots in the early going, then fades. And that's where the opportunity comes for David Adeleye if he's still got it in the gas tank himself. Counter right hand there from Hrgovic. Adeleye looking for his own counters. This is another, right hand, sneaky right hand on the inside from Hrgovic. Adelaye's got to watch them sneaky shots on the inside from the Croatian. Oh, big left hook from David Adeleye. I think that shook Hrgovic a little bit. That shook Hrgovic. That shot landed beautifully. Definitely stunned Hrgovic momentarily with that shot. But Hrgovic is back on the front foot. There's the end of the round. Intriguing contest. This could get very, very interesting as the fight progresses. Don't get it twisted. It's 3-0 for Hrgovic. Not going to argue that. It's 3-0 for Hrgovic. But with that cut and the amount of shots that Hrgovic is throwing and his history of gassing out, yeah, this could get very dramatic. And it was a left hook that landed on the eye. Maybe that's why it disturbed him as well, because it landed on the cut eye. That's good spiteful work from David Adeleye. Adeleye is half surprised that Hrgovic was still standing. He's used to people being on the canvas after they land a shot like that. But yeah, Hrgovic very, very solid in terms of punch resistance. Intriguing heavyweight matchup. Hrgovic off his stool quick and early. Adeleye again taking his time. Maybe it's just wisdom from Adam Booth telling him to take every second of the rest in between rounds. Anyway, here we go. Round number 4. Filip Hrgovic, David Adeleye. Intriguing fight so far. Hrgovic has definitely been winning the rounds. I disagree with Andy Lee's scorecard there. He had Adeleye winning the last round. I did not. Although he did cut Filip Hrgovic, he didn't win the round. He wasn't landing as many shots. I've got it 3-0 Hrgovic, but there's definitely a chance that this fight could change in dramatic fashion. With Hrgovic sustaining that injury so early in the fight. Jab there from Hrgovic, pushing Adeleye back. You know, Adeleye hasn't seemed totally out of his depth at all. Although he got hit with a nice body shot there. Doesn't want to get hit with too many of those. Hrgovic, consistent with the jab. Ducking out of the way of the Adeleye jab, coming back because Adeleye is targeting that cut right eye of Filip Hrgovic. Jab again from Hrgovic. Adeleye trying to right hand over Hrgovic's jab. He's trying to come forward a little bit, David Adeleye, but he's maybe a bit surprised in the early going by Hrgovic's strength. Is Adeleye pouring his own eye there? Not sure if something got in it, maybe a bit of dirt. Right hand round the guard of David Adeleye. Is Adeleye starting to get tired from those body shots and the pace that Hrgovic is fighting at? Because he looks, big wild left hook swing from Adeleye, missed by a mile. Good jab there from Filip Hrgovic. Right hand from Hrgovic. I think Adeleye's blowing a bit here. He's looking for one big shot to get Hrgovic off of him. Hrgovic just taking his time. Trying to draw Adeleye out maybe. Combination from Hrgovic. Body shots. Adeleye missing with the left hand again. This is a bad round for David Adeleye here. He's getting hit too much. He holds on there with 20 seconds left in round number 4. He's starting to get overwhelmed in this round. He needs something big. Body shot from Hrgovic. Adam Booth will not like what he's seeing here from his charge. Hrgovic ducking out of the way. Some head movement there from Hrgovic ducking out of the way of Adeleye's jab. There we go. End of round number 4. Adam Booth needs to give David Adeleye a real pep talk in the corner. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. High Road Protagonist saying Adeleye in survival mode. Certainly in that round. East Midlands Fight fan says he always does gas. It's his weakness. Isn't it the weakness of both? Gassing out? For different reasons, though. Hrgovic, I don't think he has bad stamina. I just think he doesn't know how to pace himself. Or in the past, he hasn't shown the ability to pace himself. He just throws too many shots early. But with Adeleye, he may actually have a proper stamina problem. Anyway, here we go, round number 5. Filip Hrgovic, David Adeleye, there's the bell. So Hrgovic again out on that jab. And once again, Adeleye is looking to try and hold his ground a bit more at the start of the round, but quickly gets pushed back. And I have to imagine that's what Adam Booth is telling him in the corner. Like, you can't allow this guy to push you back as much. You've got to win your respect. Because if he pushes you back and starts working you over, it's a matter of time. Body shot again from Filip Hrgovic. I've been quite impressed by his body shots so far in this fight, the big Croatian. Jab from Hrgovic. Left hand. Jab again. Adeleye, very, very low volume. Right hand from Hrgovic. Right hand from Adeleye was a decent shot. Hrgovic just stood there for too long. He tried to ride the punch, but mistimed it slightly. I mean, I think he did take a little bit of the sting off it, but got caught all the same. Right hand from Hrgovic. Adeleye looking to come back with something big. Combinations from Hrgovic. Left hand from Hrgovic. No one shot is... Adeleye comes in and holds. Yeah, he's feeling the pace. Right hand from Hrgovic. Adeleye looked a little buzzed by that shot. Body shot from Hrgovic. Adeleye tries to come back with a right hand. Hrgovic rolls away from it. Back on the jab. Right hook round the side of Adeleye's guard. Adeleye pushes him off to try and come forward. He realizes he's getting worked over. Nice right hand from Filip Hrgovic. Adeleye finally has managed to get Hrgovic on the back foot momentarily. Hrgovic fighting off the ropes, then ties Adeleye up. That was the first time I've seen David Adeleye appear to be buzzed momentarily by a Hrgovic punch. Adeleye tried a sharp uppercut there, but missed. Right hand from Hrgovic, uppercut. The final 30 seconds of round number 5 in this heavyweight 10-rounder. Swing and a miss by David Adeleye. Hrgovic comes back with a sneaky right hand on the inside. Chopping shot. Looking to push Adeleye off, not allow him to hold. Adeleye swinging with the left, but missing. Getting clobbered around now. He pushes. David Adeleye pushes Hrgovic off and tries to engage in a slugfest, gets caught with a 1-2 there. Oh, Adeleye really coming forward at the end of the round there, trying to swing and managed to land something solid. But that's the end of round number 5. Halfway through this contest. You guys enjoying this fight? There could be more drama. There could be more drama. Is that Antonio Tava in the crowd? Hrgovic's Cutsman has done well to stem the flow from that nasty slash on his right eyelid. Done very, very well. So Dillian Whyte entering the building. Backstage camera. Here we go, round number 6. Filip Hrgovic, David Adeleye. Hrgovic firmly in the driving seat. Definitely ahead on the cards. But Adeleye hanging tough. At the end of the last round, he really tried to give it a go and land something big to get Hrgovic's respect, which is what he's been struggling to get so far in this fight. He did have that moment of success in round number 2 where he landed a wicked jab to Hrgovic's eye and caused that terrible cut. But other than that and a few other fleeting moments, it's been all Filip Hrgovic. Dominating behind the jab. Superior boxing skills, superior ring IQ, and work rate. There was a nice jab a few moments ago again, though, from David Adeleye, but landed on Filip Hrgovic's mouth. Hrgovic, again, pumping that jab out. This is the lightest that Hrgovic has been. Nice jab from Hrgovic. Sent the spray flying from Adeleye's head. This is the lightest that Hrgovic has been for several years. Body shot from Hrgovic. Right hand from Hrgovic. They're showing the punch stats on screen right now, and it's lopsided in favor of Filip Hrgovic. Thrown more, landed more power as well. Lopsided. Combination there from Filip Hrgovic. Right hand from Hrgovic. I don't know what Adam Smith is talking about. He said he's never seen Filip Hrgovic throw so many shots in the first half of a fight. I guess he didn't see the Daniel Dubois fight, where he threw at least as many as this, if not more. But Hrgovic looks like he's blowing a bit here too. He holds on and leans on David Adeleye, so they're both getting tired. And this is the pattern of Filip Hrgovic fights. He comes out, he starts fast, he throws loads of shots, and then he kind of fades. Will he fade here? Will it give Adeleye an opportunity to come back and do something dramatic? It's been a spirited effort, but Adeleye's boxing skills, lack of know-how, have let him down so far. Combination from Hrgovic, Adeleye holds on. A nice punch variety from Hrgovic. Hrgovic low left hand. Combinations. Adeleye gets out of the way. That's the end of round number 6. 4 rounds to go. And Circle says Adeleye should consider punching. Yeah, he just doesn't have that kind of gas tank, does he? Faultline says, ready for the Duke McKenzie 10th round KO. It'll be the final round, right? That'll be dramatic. As much as I respect Duke McKenzie's prediction record, that's not one that I could agree with him on. I picked Hrgovic to win this fight, and at the moment, it's looking like that will happen. Here we go, round number 7. Adam Booth apparently telling his charge he needs to let his hands go and go for a knockout because he realizes he's a mile behind. And Adeleye does try to throw some shots there. He's trying to get rough with Filip Hrgovic on the inside, pushing the forearm underneath Hrgovic's chin. Hrgovic has got his hands up there in anticipation of Adeleye winging them big shots in. But Adeleye really trying now. Pushing Hrgovic back. That's a stiff jab from David Adeleye. Right hand doesn't land. It hits Adeleye, hits Hrgovic kind of on the back of the shoulder. Left hook attempt there from David Adeleye. It was a big shot. He put everything into it. So he's definitely trying here. But you know, Adeleye, oh, big left hook from Adeleye lands. Nice shot. That was a great shot. He had some success there. Hrgovic clubbing away with his right hand. Jabbing Adeleye. Left hook from Filip Hrgovic. Right hand from Hrgovic. Yeah, Adeleye is a sprinter. And I mean that in a boxing sense. He's not a guy that can throw consistent punches, you know, like a marathon runner, to use the analogy. He's like a sprinter. He fights in bursts. That's just his body type, you know? He's not built for stamina. He's built for short bursts of speed and power. And I'm not just talking about aesthetically, because there are some guys who are muscular that have got, you know, plenty of work rate. Hrgovic coming in with some fast shots. Adeleye swinging back. Big wild swings from Adeleye. It's just the way his cardiovascular system is. Oh, he's inches away with that big left hook, though, David Adeleye. And it could be a case of Adeleye carrying too much muscle. Because when he turned pro, believe it or not, he was 217 pounds. That was in his early 20s, I think. Here he is in his late 20s. 40 pounds? So maybe he's piled too much muscle on over the years. And that is really hurting his punch output. If he is a guy that does a lot of weights, you want to look to lay off all that. Ooh, there's the big left hook again from Adeleye. Hrgovic has got to be careful. Because Adeleye is putting absolutely everything into that shot when he throws it. But yeah, I don't know if Adeleye is a big weights man. If he is, I would say lay off them weights. And I'm talking about in a big way. Get some of that muscle mass off and increase the punch activity. Adeleye with a huge attempted uppercut. There's the end of the round. Exactly as Connor said there, Adeleye goes from 120 to 20 miles an hour and back again. That's right. Abel Sanchez tending to the cut there. He's got all the experience. He's done a fantastic job if it is just Abel Sanchez dealing with that injury. Because that cut has barely been bleeding the last few rounds. And it's a terrible injury. So done a very, very good job. Gonna need several stitches in that. Shout out to everybody locked in. Glad to have you here. Listen to the Hatman Strikes Back live commentary for this Itauma Dillian Whyte card. We're currently watching Filip Hrgovic outbox and outwork David Adeleye. Here we got the start of round number 8. Hrgovic out on the front foot. Landing that jab. I've got Hrgovic winning every single round so far. I disagree with Andy Lee that Adeleye won the second. I don't think he did. He landed a nice jab to cause a cut, but you'd have to ignore everything that Hrgovic did in the rest of that round to give it to David Adeleye. There's a right hand for Filip Hrgovic. Adelaye's legs appeared to buckle there. Did he slip on the canvas from water, or was he actually staggered from... Oh, down goes David Adeleye. Yeah, there we got our answer. He was hurt. Right hand from Hrgovic puts Adeleye down. He's on a knee. He's getting a count. Adeleye says he wants to continue, but Adam Booth is going to have to be very quick with a towel. because Adeleye, he needs to throw something big back here, or else he's going to get stopped in this round. Left hook from Adeleye. Another left hook from Adeleye. Right hand from Adeleye. Bores his head in. Uses the inside of his glove. I mean, fair play to Adeleye for the heart. Fair play for the heart, bro. He's trying to go out on his shield here. And Hrgovic needs to be careful because Adeleye is like a wounded animal. He's swinging some massive shots back. Left hook, right hand. Left hook from Hrgovic. Right hand from Hrgovic. Adeleye still coming back with big shots. Again, 10 out of 10 for heart from David Adeleye. He's definitely got the fighting spirit, but he just hasn't had the know-how or the stamina in this fight. So for a massive left hook from Adeleye, that was a great shot. I think Hrgovic is stunned. Hrgovic is stunned. He's holding on. Hrgovic is hurt. Hrgovic was stunned. Oh, right hand from Adeleye. Left hook. Massive, dramatic turnaround in this round. Filip Hrgovic in all sorts of trouble. He's holding on. Filip Hrgovic, the worst he's been hurt in his professional career. Right hand from David Adeleye. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. Hrgovic needed that iron jaw there, but will he go down for the first time in his pro career? He was shaken to his boots. He pushes Adeleye back onto the ropes. Adeleye with a massive left hook. Will Duke McKenzie's prediction come true? He picked Adeleye to win the fight by stoppage in the 10th. Hrgovic goes back on shaky legs. Right hand from Hrgovic. Both guys are spent at the back end of this 8th round. What a comeback from David Adeleye. Fantastic. Hrgovic on wobbly legs and tired legs. Adeleye with a massive right hand that misses. Hrgovic comes back with a right of his own. Pins Adeleye on the ropes. Dramatic end to round number 8. Abel Sanchez is going to need to get on top of Filip Hrgovic in that corner. Pause and read him the riot act. Yeah, Hrgovic showing that chin, but boy, you can't rely on that chin forever. You can't rely on that chin forever. I mean, every time you absorb massive shots like that to the jaw, bro, it chips away at you. Here we go. That's the right hand that staggered David Adeleye. Looking at the slow-mo here. He follows up with body shots, a combination. Another right hand, Adeleye sticks his tongue out. Moments later, another right hand puts Adeleye down. His right knee buckled. But the way he came back in that round was fantastic. David Adeleye showed the heart of a lion after getting dropped and getting beat up. Here he comes back with a tremendous left hook, which, see Lawrence Okoli there in the crowd cheering Adeleye on. And Adeleye did everything he could. So here we go, start around number 9. We're still seeing slow-mo replay. Oh, great shots. Hrgovic was really hurt at the back end of that round. I think that's the worst I've ever seen him hurt in a fight. He's still got that composure, though. He never looks like he's panicking. Guess he's confident he can recover. But that's given Adeleye a lifeline, folks, because he knows he can hurt his man now. If he can just land the right shot, and he swung a big left hand there, David Adeleye. It's what Hrgovic needs to be careful of. But Hrgovic is such an alpha personality. Being careful isn't really in his DNA, you know? He's not a careful kind of guy. Adeleye knows he can get to him now, though. He had real success at the back end of that 8th. Adeleye on the ropes, absorbing some shots. Hrgovic with a right hand, Adeleye with a big swing and a miss back. Hrgovic fighting with that left hand low. That presents a possible opportunity for David Adeleye's right hand, but he's never been as good with his right hand as he is with his left hook. Whatever happens from here, this is a good experience, I think, for David Adeleye, and his stock will rise a little bit. For perhaps no other reason than the heart he showed, the defiance he showed in this fight. We already knew about his power, but he's really hung tough in this contest. Okay, he's been outclassed in terms of skills. There's no doubt about that. And he's been outworked. He doesn't have the engine Hrgovic has. But yeah, he's stayed in there. He hasn't crumbled mentally. Hrgovic, again, maneuvering Adeleye around the ring. Tries to catch him with a counter right hand on the way in. Just over a minute left in round number 9. This is a heavyweight 10-rounder. Combination there from Hrgovic was blocked by Adeleye. He pushes his man back to the ropes. Adeleye, I think it was a clash of heads there. Adeleye was kind of rubbing his forehead after they clinched. That was a nice attempted right hand there from Lawrence Okoli's proper screaming for Adeleye. They got the Nigerian Brotherhood supporting each other. I've never seen Lawrence Okoli so animated. He's literally jumping up and down in the crowd. 1-2 there from Filip Hrgovic. Attempted right hand from Adeleye. And that's the right idea because Hrgovic's left hand is dropping as this fight progresses. Oh, big left hook from Hrgovic. Adeleye comes back. Swinging with shots himself. That's the end of the 9th. All right. One more round to go. A very, very spirited effort by David Adeleye. Very spirited. Being outclassed, but really hanging tough. Was wobbled again. Oh no, this is a replay of what happened in the back end of the 8th. Where he goes down there. Adeleye, but comes roaring back with the beautiful left hook. The combinations. Boring his head in. Lacing Hrgovic in the face with his glove. Desperation tactics by any means necessary from David Adeleye at the back end of that 8th. But anyway, we're going into round number 10 here, which is the final round of this heavyweight contest, and it's been a pretty entertaining affair. There's the bell. Let's see if Adeleye can pull this one out in the final stanza. Hrgovic is an absolute mile ahead on the cards. I've got him winning every single round. But as much as he's won every single round, that hasn't necessarily told the full story of the fight because Adeleye, with that explosive, sporadic power, has kept it somewhat interesting. And he did hurt Filip Hrgovic in the 8th. Adeleye obviously needs to let it all hang out in this final round. He needs to be willing to get the knockout or get knocked out trying. And, you know, for Hrgovic, he could just coast this final round, but again, that's not his personality type. He's very alpha, and he doesn't want to concede in any moment in the fight. Wants to dominate all the way. Low left hand there from Hrgovic. Needs to watch out from the right hand over the top from Adeleye. They engage in a clinch. Both guys tired. But I want to say that Hrgovic's stamina, he's thrown a lot of shots. His stamina has held up better in this fight than I've seen it in most of his previous fights. And that might be down to the training in Big Bear at high altitude with Abel Sanchez. He's certainly come in much or several pounds lighter than he has in recent fights, 10 pounds lighter than he was against Joyce. So I think that Big Bear training is paying off for Filip Hrgovic. He's all over Adeleye here like a rash. Just over a minute. Oh, big left hook from Hrgovic. He leans away from an Adeleye shot. A minute left in round number 10. And if you look at the punch stats at the end of this fight, on CompuBox or Jabba, you're going to see that Hrgovic throws a lot of punches compared to most other heavyweights. A lot of shots. Right hand there from Hrgovic. Another right hand from Hrgovic. Adeleye on the ropes. Gets hit with a body shot. Another right hand. David Adeleye holds on. Relentless work rate from Filip Hrgovic. He's going to need to keep this up for the rest of his career. You know, no more gassing out. Got to keep that work rate going. That was a nice right hand from Adeleye. Big left hook from Adeleye was blocked by Filip Hrgovic. Decent attempt from Adeleye, but the accuracy wasn't there. Left hook from Hrgovic. Was Adeleye wobbled? I think he might have been wobbled. Shout out to Alvshill for the super chat. Final seconds of this heavyweight contest between Filip Hrgovic. There's the end of the fight. Very spirited fight. Shout out to Al Shill for the super chat. He says, I'm on holiday with the family, loving the commentary. Big up, Hatman, and big up yourself. Much appreciated for the super chat. Glad you're enjoying the commentary. Glad you're enjoying the fight. Well, Duke is wrong. Duke got this one wrong. He thought it'd be a good fight, but Adeleye would pull it out. Adeleye did not manage to pull it out. Yeah, it was an entertaining affair, and I thought it would be an entertaining affair, just given the personality types and given the lack of defense from both men. Neither guy is defensively blessed. Both guys are a very alpha personality. You know, it was always going to be a good fight as far as I was concerned. But Hrgovic just had too many skills in the end. His punch variety, his experience, obviously used his height and reach well for the most part. And obviously he's got that iron jaw. David Adeleye in that 8th round landed what? 4 or 5 clean shots? Full-blooded clean shots. He was loading up on everything. And Filip Hrgovic just walked through him. I mean, he was shaken, but he still kept that same relaxed body language that we're used to seeing from Hrgovic, you know, when he was getting hit with them shots. He's got a fantastic chin. Big up Contact for the super chat. He says, all the best, big man. I think Dillian gets the W tonight. I think Moses chokes and loses. Big up Hatman. And big up Contact. Much appreciated for the super chat. Yeah, a lot of people, I want to say a loud minority, think that Dillian Whyte's going to get the W. Personally, I disagree. I think Moses is going to stop Dillian inside 7. But we'll see. It wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world if Itauma did get defeated. He's only a prospect at the end of the day, going in there against a very experienced veteran. So we've seen more shocking things. I mean, you know, David Haye, Carl Thompson, Vladimir Klitschko when he got beat by Corey Sanders. Stuff like that can happen. So they're reading out the decision. There's never any doubt about the decision. Hrgovic won by a mile. But I think Adeleye can hold his head high after that performance. Okay, he got soundly outpointed, but the heart, the effort, the determination, there's stuff to build on there. It wasn't a total disaster for David Adeleye. Do you know what I mean? So he and Adam Booth can build from that. How high is his ceiling? Maybe not that high, but possibly higher than what we saw tonight. All right, let me just mute my mic for a second while I take a bite of this salad. shout out to Black Dynamite for the super chat. He says, I'm still not convinced of Booth as a trainer for Adeleye. There's more to boxing than just explosiveness, and I think Adeleye should train in the US. I think that's a fair comment. I'm not saying I necessarily agree or disagree, but it's a fair comment. Would Adeleye do well with a trainer? This is not a US trainer, but a trainer like Zav Miller, for example. Or maybe even with a Buddy McGirt. Never mind Zav Miller. Scratch that. Would Adeleye do well with a Buddy McGirt? Somebody that can teach him those subtle defensive skills where you can transition from defense to offense and back again. Teach him some of the stuff that Dillian Whyte knows, but obviously Adeleye is a much more talented athlete than a Dillian Whyte. I don't know. What do you guys think? Haters of Opinion says Duke McKenzie should be David's trainer. Yes, Duke McKenzie got a prediction wrong. Everybody gets predictions wrong, and I'm not sure why you're laughing. It's not as if Duke McKenzie's got every single prediction in his life right. Not sure what that's about. If there was a man who never got any predictions wrong, well, he should be a multi-billionaire, right? From just betting and betting and betting and betting and betting and using his winnings from every correct prediction to bet on the next fight and so on and so forth. Costa says, why did Adeleye throw so few punches? Because he doesn't have a great gas tank. As somebody else said there, maybe he's just got too much muscle on his body for his particular cardiovascular system. Maybe he does a lot of weightlifting and stuff like that. I'm not sure, but perhaps that's what's going on. And yeah, if you pile on a load of muscle, which your cardiovascular system is not naturally designed to supply blood and oxygen, therefore oxygen to, then you're going to gas. You're not going to be able to throw a load of shots. Also, Adeleye loads up on his punches all the time, and loading up on shots depletes your gas tank more quickly than when you're just throwing steady shots at medium power like what Hrgovic does. Is it Gio? Says, has Hrgovic got the best chin in the division? Well, I've been saying for a while that he's got the best chin in the division. I was saying before Joe Joyce got knocked out by Zhilei Zhang that I think Hrgovic's chin is probably better than Joyce's chin. And people are starting to see that now. So, yeah, I would say Hrgovic may have the best chin in the division. It's between him and Jarrell Miller, I think. I know Miller got stopped, but he never went down, did he? And he took that fight on short notice. So I would say between Miller and Hrgovic, one of those two guys has got the best chin in the division. But as East Midlands fight fan said, that chin can't hold up all the time, though. He's going to need to be a bit more defensively responsible, Hrgovic. Do you know what I mean? You can't rely on that chin forever. At some point, it's going to get cracked. Yeah, big up Fight News. ATL in the house. Somebody says Itauma versus Hrgovic would be nice. Well, if Itauma comes through Dillian Whyte with flying colors, they might want to look to make that fight because that would be a better test. Again, if Itauma gets through Dillian Whyte, that would be a better test because Hrgovic has got a much better chin than Dillian Whyte. Throws more punches. He's bigger, fresher, younger. Danny says, would you retire if you were Adeleye? Chin cracked and doesn't have the defense. Chin cracked? He went the distance. He got off the floor and came back in the same round to land big punches. So, absolutely not. Adeleye hasn't made big money. And off the strength of that performance from Adeleye, obviously a losing performance where he got totally outboxed, but he showed enough spirit in there for the Saudis to want to bring him back. Do you know what I mean? So, no, he needs to continue and try and make some more money. You know, talking about a guy who's, 35, he's still in his 20s. So, no, he needs to continue, get the Saudis to bring him back, try and make some money, which will last him for the rest of his life. That's what he should be looking to try and do. Dan says Adeleye versus Fisher. Yeah, Adeleye would destroy Fisher, in my opinion. Based upon what I've seen of the two of them. Adeleye is more robust. I mean, Philip Hrgovic is a lot better than Dave Allen, I can tell you that. A lot better than Dave Allen. In every department, he's better than Dave Allen. And Dave Allen just stopped Johnny Fisher in 5. I know styles make fights, but just a little bit of a comparison. Shout out to Matthew Wilson for the super chat. He says, love these lives on big fight night. I turn the commentary down and listen to you. You are by far the best boxing channel. It's not even close. Big up Matthew Wilson. You're a legend, sir. Much appreciated for the super chat. Yeah, I agree with Ocean Blue. I think there's room for improvement for Adeleye. He's got the spirit. That's the most important thing. He's come through, obviously on the losing end, in a fight there against a top 10 heavyweight in Hrgovic. But he was defiant all the way through. He hung tough. He came back. He actually wobbled Hrgovic. Not many people have done that. So, I think he's got something to build on there. Shout out to GMS Nightmare. But what I would say is, if he's a weights guy, if he's a guy who spends a lot of time pumping iron, he needs to lay off that. And he needs to learn to vary up the power of his punches rather than just throwing with full power every time. Shout out to GMS Nightmare for the super chat. He says, Prime John Fury versus Prime George Fox. Well, neither guy's got any punching power. John Fury never scored a knockout. There was a stoppage because one of his opponents was injured on John Fury's record, but no actual knockouts. I don't think he even scored a knockdown. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I think it's a similar thing with George Fox, a.k.a. Abdi. So, I don't know. That's a close competitive fight between Partridge and Fox. Big Johnny Partridge. Who would I pick? I might edge slightly towards Fox, but not by much. In fact, no, edge slightly towards Partridge. Big Johnny Partridge. Mr. Grandy says, all these Japanese fighters be dyeing their hair blonde. It seems like a popular thing, I guess. Japanese fighters always look like 18-year-old emo kids. Even in a way, right? In a way, looks like an 18-year-old emo kid. You wouldn't think he was a killer. So looks can be deceiving. Never judge a book by its cover. Because that guy that looks like an 18-year-old emo kid has got hands. Dragon Ball Z characters, says Josh. That's right. Shout out to Adam James for the super chat. He says, Hatman, what about Mayweather versus Khan in 2011? I gotta say Mayweather. Mayweather with the timing. Enough pop to hurt Khan. Okay, doesn't throw as many shots. His hand speed is maybe not quite as quick, but it's quick enough. So I'd have to go Mayweather. Although he didn't particularly seem to be interested in that fight at the time. Anyway, here we got a contest about to start. I'm not familiar with these fighters, so you guys will have to educate me in the live chat. The blonde Japanese fighter, obviously dyed blonde hair, against the British fighter, British Asian. Is it Tsutsumi versus Ashfaq? This is the start of the fight, 10 seconds into round 1. Ashfaq fighting out of the southpaw stance. Tsutsumi orthodox. Any of you guys know much about these two? What are you expecting from this contest? Somebody says Goku versus Aladdin. Elliot says nothing at all. Christian, nothing at all. No, me, I don't know him. Is this going to be a boring one? Please, somebody knock someone out. Need to get onto the main event. That's what we're all here for. Yeah, I'm assuming Nick Ball's going to be after this, because Ray Ford's already been on. Hrgovic Adeleye was on. That was an entertaining scrap. Dan says, how has this come off after Hrgovic Adeleye? Yeah, you would have thought that Hrgovic Adeleye would have been higher up the card. Maybe even chief support. Even though it's not a world title fight. It's more entertaining. Shout out to Trolls Are Bad for the super chat. Vitaly Klitschko versus Prime Tyson Fury Prime for Prime. I would actually take Partridge. I would take Partridge over Vitaly Klitschko. I'm not even going to lie. I'd take Partridge. I think it would be a better fight than his fight with Vladimir. Because Vitaly's got a better chin. He takes more chances. He throws more shots. But he's got shorter arms. Even though he's taller than Vladimir, he's got shorter arms. So I reckon Partridge might be able to outslick him, you know. But in a closer fight than we saw against Vladimir. Styles make fights. Yeah, this fight is looking like it's going to be boring. Okay, Kyle says Susami was a big prospect in Japan youth. And he's rated as 4.5 star boxer. Well, I don't really pay much attention to BoxRec star ratings. Ian Beale versus Adam Smith. That's a good question, actually. Somebody asked, is Turkey Al Sheikh even there? I haven't spotted him. He's normally front and center, isn't he? At ringside. Maybe he's only turning up for the main event. Shout out to Gaz for the super chat. He says Prime Mercer versus Prime Povetkin. It's a very good fight. It's a very good fight. God, that's a real tough one to pick because Povetkin had the better skills. Mercer had quicker hands. Maybe a better chin. And Mercer was very tenacious. You know, when he would let go with his combinations, he was ferocious. That's a tough fight to call, you know. I want to edge slightly towards Povetkin because of the skills, but... Oh! Just watching the Japanese guy landed a nice right hand there, and Ashfaq was stunned. So, anyway, yeah, I would edge slightly towards Povetkin, but not by much. Because Mercer would open up with fast combinations. I mean, just look at the Tommy Morrison fight. Just look at the Lennox Lewis fight. Turo's got Mercer winning that 100%. Shout out to War Machine for the super chat. He said, who had the worst chin, John Partridge or David Price? I'd have to say John Partridge. Yeah, I'd have to say Big Johnny Partridge had a worse chin than David Price. Because most of the people who beat Price, if not all of them, were people that could really punch. Whereas John Partridge was stopped by people that didn't really have that kind of puncher's reputation. So Sasumi against Ashfaq, round number 2. Not really talking much about this one, but Ashfaq was wobbled in this second round. Shout out to Agni for the super chat. He says, did Luke Partridge ever have, or Luke Porridge, you called him there, rather than Luke Partridge. Did Luke Partridge ever have a decent chin? Oh, he's down. Ashfaq is down. Okay, he's complaining like it was a slip, but the referee's giving him an account. That's the end of the round there. Did Partridge ever have a good chin? Well, it's kind of a... How can I describe it? It all comes down to how you define a good chin. I remember back in the days, back in the 90s, because we had people like Mike Tyson as world heavyweight champion in the 80s and later on in the 90s. He was seen as like the gold standard. Everyone needed to be able to take... If you didn't have a chin that was as good as Mike Tyson's, then you basically had a weak chin. That's the way people were carrying on. So suffering a knockdown was like, oh my God, he got knocked down. He doesn't have a chin. Even if you get up to win, they start questioning your chin back in the Mike Tyson days. Now, obviously, Mike Tyson himself would go on to lose to Buster Douglas and got knocked out in that fight, so on and so forth. But I'm just telling you what it was like at the time. Yeah? Anybody suffers a knockdown, oh, he's chinny. It was ridiculous. I want to say today, people are a little bit more sensible, generally, because we don't live in an era where we've got this, iron jaw. Mike Tyson did have an iron jaw. Yeah, his chin eventually got cracked, but he had a very, very, very good chin. But yeah, we live in a different era now. These guys, other than Usyk, are a lot more susceptible. Current crop of heavyweights. And so, how do you judge who's got a good chin? Is it a guy who doesn't get knocked down? Or is it a guy like Partridge who gets knocked down but is able to get up and recover relatively quickly? For me, I'd probably say the latter. I'd say Partridge has a pretty good chin. Not an iron jaw, but he's got a pretty good chin. Good powers of recovery. Shout out to GMS Nightmare for the super chat. He says, Prime Ibeabuchi versus Hrgovic. That's a real good fight. I'm going with prime Ibeabuchi. Because Ibeabuchi could match Hrgovic for punch output, but he was more explosive, hit harder, wasn't as tall, and perhaps not as clever with the offense. Because I think Hrgovic is quite underrated, for how clever his offense is. Oh, Ashfaq goes down again and complaining once more against Susumi. This fight might be over relatively soon. But yeah, so I'll probably side with Ike Ibeabuchi because I think he's a little bit more dynamic. Oh, Ashfaq down again. Is this fight going to be over? The Japanese emo kid is too much for him. Super Saiyan left hook, right hand. Combinations there from Super Saiyan. Yep, Ashfaq all over the place. Referee jumps in and stops it. He went Super Saiyan mode there. So, yeah. I'd pick Ibeabuchi over Hrgovic. What about you, though, GMS Nightmare? Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, what's up, bro? Recovering from jet lag from New Zealand to USA. Woke up after near 3 p.m. today. Do you think Ford is the top 130-pounder in the world right now? He may well be. I'm very impressed by Ford. I think Ford was genuinely weight drained when he fought Nick Bull. He wasn't throwing anywhere near as many punches in the division below as he's throwing now. I think he's spiteful. He's got skills. As I say, I think he's more hydrated. He's more energetic now at 130. So he may well be, but he still needs to actually get in there against the top guys, the other top guys in the division, and prove it. But I'm thinking along those lines, Matt. And I'm glad you're safe and sound from your long journey. Jet lag New Zealand to the USA. Which side of the USA do you live on? Whereabouts? Are you East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, down south, or somewhere in between? Oh, you're East Coast, so that's a real long flight. That's a crazy flight then. If you're East Coast to New Zealand. Shout out to Matt Borgeson every time. Big up Contact for the super chat. He says, Prime Roy Jones Jr. versus Bivol at 175. I edge towards that's so close. Because Roy Jones was really at his best at 168. I'd still favor Jones slightly. Yeah, I'd favor Jones slightly over Dimitri Bivol on points. I favor a Prime Jones slightly. Yeah, Jones wasn't a real 175-pounder, but he was still pretty good. At least when he was in his, early 30s. By the time he fought Tarver, he was in his mid to late 30s. Both times. The first time, obviously, he won. Although people thought it was controversial at the time. I didn't. It was more competitive than people were used to seeing. They weren't used to seeing Roy Jones in a competitive fight. I mean, he was in there against good fighters, but he just totally bamboozled them with speed and power and combinations and fluidity and all that type of stuff. But against Tarver in that first fight, people were so shocked that it was competitive that I think they went overboard and acted like it was some kind of robbery. It wasn't. I thought Jones did do enough to win that fight. But like I say, he was in his, I want to say he was 36, 37 by the time that fight happened. Or by the time the rematch happened. So knock a few years off, early 30s, when he first stepped to 175, or I think it might have been early 30s or late 20s. I'd edge slightly towards Roy Jones Jr. over Bivol because he was just such a phenomenal athlete. He had punching power in both hands. I mean, if you want to see a demonstration of the ridiculous athleticism and the audaciousness of Roy Jones Jr. in his prime, and this was a light heavyweight fight, not against the greatest opponent in the world, but a very game fighter and a very big guy. Go and have a look at his title defense against Richard Hall. Just have a look at the first round of the fight, and you'll see how audacious and athletic Roy Jones was. Richard Hall was a big, tall Jamaican light heavyweight. And the first round of that fight is crazy. He eventually stopped Richard Hall later on in the fight. Matt Borgeson says, I have Bivol beating Roy Jones Jr. He's too unorthodox. What, Bivol? I think Roy Jones is a lot more unorthodox than Bivol is. Or do you mean that that's a hindrance for Roy Jones being unorthodox? Because Roy Jones was very unorthodox. He threw unorthodox punches. He would punch from unorthodox angles. His hand positioning was unorthodox, you know? And that's why he would catch people off guard with that speed. He would throw shots from bizarre angles and... Oh, okay, yeah, that's what Matt is saying. He's saying he thinks Roy would lose because too unorthodox against a well-schooled boxer. But the thing is, yes, Roy Jones was very unorthodox and he had a lot of things that a well-schooled boxer could exploit. But he fought loads of well-schooled boxers in his career that didn't manage to exploit his unorthodox style because he had ridiculous athleticism. And so the unorthodoxy of Roy Jones worked in his favor, actually, until his speed started to decline. I mean, he fought the likes of James Toney and beat him out of sight. He beat the likes of Bernard Hopkins. He beat the likes of Virgil Hill, of Mike McCallum. You know, these are guys who had much better boxing skill. They were much better technically than Roy Jones. But because Jones had this freakish athleticism combined with the very unorthodox style, for a while it combined to devastating effect. Montel Griffin in the rematch, he just blasted him out in a round. That guy gave him trouble first time around. In the rematch, destroyed him. Had a point to prove. Shout out to Matt again for the super chat. He says, Beterbiev is as good a win as all of those wins. Is Beterbiev as good a win as all of those wins? If you're judging it in terms of pound for pound, I would disagree. If you're judging it in terms of a light heavyweight win, then yeah, I would say maybe better than all those wins. But pound for pound, I don't know about that. Bernard Hopkins is a great win, and he beat Hopkins when he was young. Do you know what I mean? That's a great win. Considering all that Hopkins achieved, long reigning middleweight champion, light heavyweight, so on and so forth. That was a real good win. James Toney, of course, was a fantastic fighter. So I don't know about all that. Me personally, I'd have Roy Jones just pipping it against Bivol prime for prime. Because sometimes someone who's really unorthodox can actually, especially if they're really athletic with it, they can throw off a more conventional fighter. Do you know what I mean? But who knows? We don't have a time machine, unfortunately. So we can't send Bivol back to the 1990s to find out one way or the other. So shout out to Matt for the super chat. Matt says Bivol arguably won twice against Beterbiev. But that's the thing, it's arguable. You know, both fights were very close, particularly the first. Shout out to Rip It for the 79 pence. Shout out to Hyperspaz for the super chat. He says, year 2000, you have to choose a prison cellmate. Is it Mike Tyson, a Bear Bucci, or Oliver McCall? Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson would be a, not too bad a cellmate. I mean, a bit of a bully and whatnot, but the other two are straight up crazy. Mike Tyson was troubled, but I don't think he was necessarily crazy. The other two were actually crazy. Especially a Bear Bucci. A Bear Bucci is straight up crazy. Even now, you can see it in his eyes. He's crazy. Whereas Mike Tyson, even though he's very emotional and erratic, you can reason with him to some extent. Although he probably would have been a pretty monstrous individual in the prison system if he hadn't had this talent for boxing, Shout out to Hyperspaz. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, James Toney versus Beterbiev. Imagine that fight. It'd be a hell of a fight. Because James Toney's got that chin, to stand up to Beterbiev's power. He's got the cockiness, the confidence to stay in the pocket with Beterbiev and actually slip and counter. So that would have been a hell of a fight. Contact says, is Roy Jones higher in the Hall of Fame than Floyd? It's very, very subjective. For me, yes, he is. But a lot of people are going to look at Roy Jones's losses and they're going to say, it tarnishes his resume and this and that, and he never had a very good chin and so on and so forth. But I'm somebody that lived through the Roy Jones Jr. era. I saw him at his peak. Do you know what I mean? And those of us who did are in a position to be able to compare. So, yeah, for me, Roy Jones, think about it. He moved up to heavyweight, beat John Ruiz. He fought as low as 154 and as high as heavyweight. Beat great fighters in their primes in some instances, like with James Toney and Bernard Hopkins. Did Floyd Mayweather beat a great fighter in their prime? It depends on what you mean by great fighter, right? But Shane Mosley wasn't in his prime. Zab Judah wasn't in his prime. Was Zab Judah even a great fighter? He wasn't in his prime when Mayweather beat him. Miguel Cotto wasn't in his prime. Canelo Alvarez was young. His prime was yet to come, and he was weight drained. Did he beat Marquez in his prime? Not too far off it, but Mayweather played games in that fight, right? He was supposed to come down in weight himself, but he ignored the the weight stipulations. And Marquez is a much smaller guy. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, Roy Jones was probably on the sauce, Floyd just IV. Yeah, a lot of guys in the 90s were juicing. Roy Jones failed a test after the fight, which I mentioned earlier on against Richard Hall. In fact, they both failed a test for the same substance for that fight, believe it or not. They were both taking a supplement called Ripped Fuel. And this supplement contained all sorts of stuff that it shouldn't have contained. And both guys apparently were on that stuff when they fought. Maybe that's why Richard Hall was able to last as long as he did in the fight and take such a tremendous beating. Was he wired on that stuff? Shout out to Matt. Big prediction here from Matt. He says, I have Sam Goodman boxing circles around Nick Ball. That's a big prediction. We'll see. Brad says super chat not working. Yeah, some people are saying that the super chats aren't working. I'm not sure why. Other people are super chatting with no problem, so I'm not sure what the issue is. Maybe it's your browser. Fight News says, I don't know if Corrales was pound for pound, but he was a very good fighter. Yeah, Corrales was a very good fighter, but was he a great fighter? You know? I wouldn't personally say that Corrales was great. He was a good fighter in his day, but was he great? I think that's a stretch, to be honest. But he was a good fighter, and I always thought that Mayweather was a lot more impressive to me below 147. His performances were more entertaining, and he was less careful about who he fought and when he fought them. So the Pretty Boy Floyd era for me was, just as a boxing fan, better than the Money May era. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, also think Nick Ball is the best UK boxer right now. Ocean Blue says, if you're using a VPN, that might be the reason that the super chat isn't working for you. So if you try and turn the VPN off, see if you can super chat then. Fight News says, controversial take, Hatman, is Frank Bruno Mike Tyson's best win? No, I would say, actually, that's an interesting question. No, I would say maybe Tony Tucker was Mike Tyson's best win. On paper, his best win was Larry Holmes, but Larry Holmes only had about a month and a bit to train. He was coming off the couch after 2 years. He thought he was completely retired. So Larry Holmes aside, I'd probably say Tony Tucker. Yeah, Tucker was a good boxer. He was tough, 6'5", rangy, could move, quick hands. I'd probably say Tucker was maybe a better win than Bruno. Matt Borgerson says he should be unified champion right now. He's talking about Nick Bull. He wasn't happy about the decision that went against him. Was that a draw? It was a draw, right? Jay Walker says, yep, I think Goodman may very well outbox Bull. Okay, Jay Walker says, with VPNs, the super chat may not work in the country it thinks you're from. Aha, that could be it. I agree, Chrissy P. Darren Barker's voice also grates me. Matt says, I've thought about the Inoue matchup. Love it. Nick Bull against Inoue. Yeah, I mean, they're talking about that fight. Let's see if it comes to fruition. I'd definitely watch it. It's a great style matchup. Is Nick Bull too big for Inoue? How far can Inoue go up in weight before it becomes too much for him? Because he does get hit. He's been dropped several times in recent fights. I know he's come roaring back to win by knockout, but still. You'd figure that as he goes up in weight, he might not recover as well if he's getting caught with big shots. Shout out to Matthew Wilson for the super chat. He says, I always thought the criticism Floyd got for weight draining Canelo was unfair. Canelo went on to win titles at 154 years after they fought at 152. Well, if you're going to drain somebody, you have to be willing to accept the criticism that comes with it, because especially when you're calling yourself TBE, the best ever. You're going around saying you're better than Ali, you're better than Ray Leonard, you're better than, Pernell Whitaker and all these greats in the past. If you are talking yourself up to that extent, you have to be willing to be held to that standard. So I don't think any of the criticism Mayweather received was unfair. He put himself out there to receive that type of criticism. Do you know what I'm saying? Because when you're saying you're better than all these guys that have ever fought, it's kind of disrespectful unless you're willing to back it up and take the risks that they took. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of disrespectful. So, yeah, I think Mayweather was criticized fairly throughout his career. And look, Canelo Alvarez didn't have to take the fight at 152. He chose to do that. But you give a guy credit or more credit for beating somebody who wasn't drained than beating a guy who was drained. You know what I mean? It's like if Crawford beats Canelo, yeah, more credit for him than Mayweather beating Canelo, because he's beating a fully hydrated guy, younger than him. Well, Canelo was younger than Mayweather too, of course. But shout out to Matthew Wilson for the super chat. Big up. Shout out to Mr. Luca, who says, how does FH get on against the rest of the top six? FH. Philip Hrgovic. Always using the acronyms, abbreviations, initials. Let me have a look at the top six now. So we got Derek Chisora, he beats him. F.A. Jag, but that's a close fight, but I got Hrgovic winning that. Frank Sanchez, depends where his legs are at. Anthony Joshua, I got Hrgovic beating Joshua. Michael Hunter, I think Hrgovic will beat Hunter right now. A prime Hunter, maybe edge towards Hunter, but these days he's not looking good, is he? So I'd take Hrgovic. Richard Torres, I'll take Hrgovic over him. I'm looking at the the IBF rankings right now. Martin Bacoli, that's a good fight, you know, stylistically, because neither guy's going to back down. They're both going to come forward. Bacoli's got a chance of an upset in that fight, I think, if Bacoli actually bothers to turn up in shape. You know? Anyway, that's the top 10 for the IBF. The others, who else have they got? Hrgovic would be a real good fight. That's a real good fight. Both guys got iron jaws and both guys take a great shot. Neither guy's got one punch power. So that'll be an absolute slugfest from start to finish. I slightly favor Hrgovic, but not by much, because Miller is... He would definitely be pushing Hrgovic back in that fight. Dave Allen is ranked number 8 with a WBA. That's crazy. Would Hrgovic beat Dubois in a rematch? I might favor him in a rematch over Dubois, you know. I might. Who else is here? Lawrence Okolie, Hrgovic. That's a good fight, you know. I reckon Lawrence Okolie's got a good chance against Filip Hrgovic. With his awkward style and the hard right hand and moving around and spoiling when he needs to. I think that's a really interesting fight. It's a really interesting fight. Then you got Joseph Parker. These guys are actually, you know, interim champions. Would I pick Parker over Hrgovic? Probably not. I think actually that's another real close one. That could go either way. On one day I might say Parker, and another day Hrgovic. Ajit Kabayel, I think, would beat Filip Hrgovic. So I'd pick Kabayel over Hrgovic. I'd pick Hrgovic over Wardley all day long and twice on Sunday. So yeah, that's my answer. Big up for the super chat. To Mr. Luca. Shout out to GMS Nightmare. He says, Opataya versus Okolie at heavyweight. Opataya for me. Because we haven't seen what Opataya's actually... Actually, I'm not sure. I'm going to stick with Opataya for now, but we haven't seen what Opataya's like at heavyweight yet. So my provisional pick would be Opataya, but if we saw Opataya fight a few times at heavyweight and Okolie keeps on winning, I might change my mind. We'll see. Shout out to Brad for the super chat. He says, which current boxers do you think would be suited to bare knuckle boxing? That's very hard to say because you don't know how well a fighter's hands will hold up and how well their skin will hold up, especially those that don't have a history of, you know, hand injuries and cuts in boxing. Obviously with bare knuckle, it's a totally different story and you really need to have leather skin to avoid getting cut. And obviously the fights are shorter. Hrgovic should do well, since we're talking about Hrgovic, because he's got the... Well, now Hrgovic gets cut, so maybe he wouldn't do well. But he's got the chin for it, right? Hrgovic's got a chin for bare knuckle, and he's got the work rate, as he showed there. But yeah, he gets cut to pieces, doesn't he? So maybe it wouldn't be for him. Who else is there now that I could think of that might do well in bare knuckle? Bacoli, maybe? I mean, maybe Usyk would do well in bare knuckle. He hasn't, as far as I'm aware, been played with hand injuries and whatnot. So, what do you think, though? Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, watch Sam Goodman's jab best in the sport. Agree. I haven't seen much of Sam Goodman, so I couldn't agree or disagree yet. We're about to see them fight. And I'll tell you. A shout out to Matt for the super chat again. He says, Opataya struggles rounds 8 to 12. Cruiser, imagine heavy. But at Cruiser, he's fighting guys who are lighter, who throw more shots. and therefore it's taxing. Up at heavy, the guys throw fewer punches, they fight at a slower pace, you know? So it's kind of a trade-off. But shout out to Matt for that super chat. So we got this fight about to start between Nick Ball and Sam Goodman. I don't have the graphic up on screen to represent commentary for this fight. Unfortunately, maybe I'll just put the channel graphic on screen rather than Whyte Itauma. So let us see where this goes, all right? Going to be concentrating on this fight now because Matt has been singing Sam Goodman's praises. He's picked him to beat Nick Ball, box rings around him. Let's see if he's got that. All right, seconds away from this fight between Nick Ball and Sam Goodman. Notice Nick Ball's wearing the winning fight gloves there. That's interesting. Ding, ding, round one. I say it's interesting because I haven't seen him, or I don't recall seeing him wear winning fight gloves before, and they are more protective than most other fight gloves. People tend to wear them when they've got hand trouble. Has Nick Ball got hand problems? Is that a bald patch on Nick Ball's head there? Male pattern baldness. So 30 seconds into round number one, just over. Goodman very upright. Nick Ball swinging and missing. Goodman not backing off from Nick Ball. Trying to get his jab popping. Ball landed a jab of his own there. You know, Ball is not really a conventional pressure fighter because he moves around the ring a lot. He's not a guy that just comes forward all the time. He will take a walk, move back side to side, and then come back in and try and catch you off guard. So he's not like a Pitbull Cruz who only has a forward gear. Nick Ball does have reverse. Okay, he's getting caught with some shots here, Nick Ball. That jab that Matt was talking about is in evidence at the moment. Nick Ball trying to establish some respect. He likes that kind of left hook come uppercut followed by a right hand, Nick Ball, which he throws almost at long range. He jumps in with it. He's a very short guy, obviously. So Goodman very comfortable here in this first round. Nice jab from Goodman. Another nice jab. Nick Ball don't want to be taking that jab all night. Needs to get underneath that jab. That's a nice hook there from Ball. Oh, right hand from Nick Ball was a good shot. Oh, another right hand from Nick Ball. Another right hand from Nick Ball. I think Goodman was a little troubled by those shots. Nick Ball very strong on the inside, despite that small stature. There were nice power shots from Nick Ball, but Sam Goodman doesn't appear to be too badly affected by them. He's recovered if he was buzzed. And a body shot and a jab there from Sam Goodman. Left and a right hand from Nick Ball. Right hand to the body from Nick Ball. Goodman trying to stay with him. That's the end of round number one. Interesting round. Interesting round. Both guys had their moments. But Nick Ball, I want to say, landed the more telling blows. A few right hands. I want to say it was in the final minute of that round. Shout out to Joshua Hooker for the super chat. He says, what sports streaming website do you not recommend? Do you meant to say recommend? I'm not actually going to say the streaming website I can use because it's against YouTube's terms of service, and you can get community guideline strikes for all that. I know you're saying not recommend is like a way around it, but ask me another question and I'll answer the other question instead, because that one I tread very carefully on YouTube with stuff like that. Maybe you can look to the questions, or excuse me, the comments in the live chat. Here we go, round number 2, Nick Bull, Sam Goodman. Goodman getting that jab off, Nick Bull looking for the hooks. Goodman quite assertive. Nice jab again from Goodman. Well, Matt wasn't lying about Goodman's jab, was he? I don't think I've seen Goodman before. If I have, it's only once or twice. Oh, nice right hands from Goodman there, getting rough on the inside with Nick Bull. That's nice work. But shout out to Joshua Hooker. Yeah, Goodman has been a good man so far, hasn't he? Boom, boom. Body shots from Nick Bull. Goodman trying to walk him onto that jab. Nick Bull changing levels there to try and offset that jab. But I'm quite impressed by how rugged Goodman is on the inside, because that's really Nick Bull's forte, you know, roughing people up close. But Goodman's really held his own on the inside. Bull with a combination there. Goodman still holding his ground, looking to get that jab off. Left hand from Nick Bull was a good shot. Goodman is from Australia, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he Australian or Kiwi? War Machine says Goodman pushing back Bull's hairline with the jab. I mean, Goodman's hairline ain't looking too clever either, to be fair. That's the end of round number 2. Interesting fight. Has Turkey Yellow Sheik been spotted yet? Is he at this event? Big up James Clifford for the super chat. He says, enjoying the live, enjoy the main event, everyone. Have put a small bet on Moses by KO in round 7. Get the likes up and have a great weekend, everyone. Big up James Clifford every time. Much appreciated, sir. You having a great one yourself. Hope you're enjoying the fights too. We're in round number 3 now of Nick Bull versus Sam Goodman. And Goodman so far is presenting Bull with plenty of stuff to think about. He's tenacious. He showed a good jab. He showed good physical strength. He's matching Bull for roughness up close. This is real interesting, and he's a nuisance with that jab. Good body shot from Goodman. Nick Bull's gum shield comes out there. The mouthpiece. Referee's going to wait for a lull in the action before he sends Nick Bull to the corner to have that mouthpiece put back in. And you do not want to get caught with a big shot in the mouth without your mouthpiece in. That can be very damaging. Okay, referee calls time. There you go, going to put the mouthpiece back in for Nick Bull. The Big Up Fight News. If everyone can hit that like, be much appreciated. If we can get to like 230 likes, that'd be 50% of the concurrent viewers. I like to keep it around there. That's a good ratio. Intriguing fight here between Sam Goodman and Nick Bull. It's definitely all to play for. It's all in the balance. Neither guy has really taken the bull by the horns here. It's competitive. I mean, maybe Goodman's edging it behind the jab, but it's still all to play for. Nice jabs from Goodman. Bull troubled by the jabs. Leaps in, but is easily made to miss by Sam Goodman. Good footwork getting out of the way. Uppercut from Bull. Bit scrappy here. Yeah, Goodman's jab really is good. As Matt said before the fight started, it is a very good jab. And he looks physically strong. He's on his back foot here, though, Goodman. Right hand from Goodman was a nice shot, and he ties up. That was sneaky. Right hand on the inside as well from Goodman. Nice boxing. Nice boxing. Jab to the body from Goodman. Is he starting to now take over? 1-2 at the end of the round from Sam Goodman. Be interested to see some slow-mo here. Here we go. Round number 3, Bull and Goodman. Excuse me, round number 4. Not round number 3, round number 4. The rounds are whizzing by now. Andy Lee's got Goodman 2 rounds to 1 up. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, see that jab is very educated. Guard is up too. Yes, Matt, you're absolutely right about that jab being very good from Goodman. And he's confident in there. He's strong. He's clever. Nice, but I like the left hook to the body from Goodman. Combinations now from Sam Goodman. Nick Bull's got it all to do. Got countered with a left hook on the way in there as well. Frank Warren looking concerned at ringside. He's Nick Bull's promoter, obviously. East Midlands Fight Fan says he's a pressure fighter. He comes on late in the fight. Well, we'll see. His pressure doesn't look that effective at this stage, though, Nick Bull. You know, if you're a pressure fighter, that was a nice couple shots there, though, from Nick Bull. If you're a pressure fighter, you need to be wearing your opponent down in the early rounds, you know? Making them work harder than they want to work, hitting them consistently to the body, and all that kind of thing. But Nick Bull's not doing that. Sam Goodman's holding his ground. He's not really getting pushed back. He's landing that jab consistently. He's going to the body himself. In fact, I want to say Sam Goodman's landed more eye-catching body shots than Nick Bull has. Shout out to Matt Borgerson. He says, I told you about Goodman months ago too. I'm sure you did, but I have to confess, I do not recall. Nice right hand to the body from Goodman. Outboxing Nick Bull. Right hand again from Sam Goodman. Nick Bull's got problems here, folks. Real problems. And unless something happens to change the flow of this fight, the direction of travel, then Britain might be about to have 0 world champions. He's currently the only world champion that Britain has, Nick Bull. Oh, nice right hand from Nick Bull. That was a good shot. He's switching southpaw and orthodox up close, Bull. He did land a nice right hand towards the end of that round, but still, that was a Sam Goodman round. Cal in the chat there said Nick Bull's bull patch is growing every round. Big up KO Kid. A Page says Nick Bull toast already. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's wearing Goodman down at all, you know? Goodman looks too comfortable actually standing with Nick Bull. Nick Bull's not landing enough body shots. He's not doing enough for my money to wear Goodman down. This is the issue. Anyway, here we go, round number 5. Nick Bull, Sam Goodman. Can Nick Bull turn this around? Because Sam Goodman is surely ahead at this stage after 4. Although somehow Andy Lee's got it all square. I don't have it all square. He gave Bull the last round. That's perplexing to me. Right hand by Goodman. Goodman again working off that jab. Oh, nice shot there, though, from Nick Bull. Goodman holds on. Is Goodman hurt? Bull finally has made some type of impact on Sam Goodman there. He seemed to be momentarily stunned. They get back to center ring. Sam Goodman looking to get the jab off, but has Nick Bull managed to now block that jab? Has he got the angle of that jab? Is he reading that jab better now? Because in this round, he's not getting caught as clean with the Sam Goodman jab. Maybe he's made a good adjustment here, Nick Bull. Combinations from Bull. This is good stuff. Firing off the quick shots. Culminating with a left uppercut. Much better round for Nick Bull so far. Left and right from Bull. Were blocked by Sam Goodman. Goes to the body. Goodman ties up. Both guys simultaneously landed jabs. Good body shot from Sam Goodman. Right hand by Sam Goodman to the body of Nick Bull. Referee breaks him up. Good jab from Nick Bull, well timed. Big swinging right hand from Bull, missed by a mile. Sam Goodman counters with his jab, but it doesn't land clean. Bull's blocking those now. Big swing and a miss again from Nick Bull from the southpaw stance this time. Good body shot from Bull with the left hand. Best round of Nick Bull so far. Best round for Nick Bull so far in this fight. Looking at the slow-mo replay, nice right hand from Nick Bull in that round. Had Sam Goodman holding on. It was the left uppercut right hand combination that Nick Bull really loves. It's his favorite combination. Darts in with it. Here we go. Round number 6. Nick Bull, Sam Goodman. Body shot there from Nick Bull. There's the, again, left uppercut, right hand from Bull. Left hook from Bull. Left uppercut, but missing all those shots. Goodman a lot more cautious now, since Bull has really taken his jab away. He's doing a much better job now at blocking Sam Goodman's jab. Goodman trying to walk him onto it there. Nick Bull needs to keep the momentum from the previous round. Can't let Sam Goodman... Oh, nice body shot from Sam Goodman. Right hand to the body by Sam Goodman. Bull comes back with a right hand that was blocked. And Bull missing. Better from Goodman through nearly the first half of this 6th. Body shot from Nick Bull. The punch stats are pretty close here. Not a lot in it in terms of landed power shots or landed jabs. It's very close. Again, Goodman with the left hand to the body. Is Sam Goodman a converted southpaw? That's what I'm wondering, because he's got a very solid jab and a good left hook to the body, but his right hand doesn't seem to have much mustard on it. Is he actually a converted southpaw? Jab again from Goodman. It's a pretty quiet round, but I reckon Goodman is just getting the better of this round. Throwing a bit more. Oh, that was a nice left hook there from Nick Bull, right as I said that. Looking to nick it in the final minute. Because up until that point, Goodman just edging this round. Nick Bull being made to miss a lot, but land some nice shots there in the final 30 seconds from Nick Bull. Nice left hook from Nick Bull. He might have nicked this round in the final minute with just a few shots, because there wasn't much in the round. I thought Goodman was just edging it, but Bull might have caught the eyes of the judges with this activity. What do you guys think? Was that a bull round? Interviewing Harlem Eubank, dear oh dear. Genius says 3-3 Goodman going into his shell a bit. Richard Draper says 3-3 as well. Bull took the round late. War Machine also got it square. 3 rounds apiece. East Midlands Fight Fan, same scorecard, 3 apiece. Here we go, round number 7 into the second half of the fight between Sam Goodman and Nick Bull. Adeleye also got the fight all square, 3 apiece. So all to play for, it would seem, but who knows how the judges have it. Sam Goodman's definitely lost his momentum. The momentum he had in the early rounds. He needs to try and regain that somehow, because Bull is doing a much better job at blocking his jab, and everything for Sam Goodman comes off that jab. When the jab is working, the rest of his work will flow. Oh, that was a nice jab though from Sam Goodman, right as I said that. But when his jab isn't working, he can't seem to get much else working. He's one of those kind of fighters that relies on his jab very heavily. Nice right hand from Nick Bull. Sam Goodman bouncing up and down on his toes. This is a quiet round. Very quiet round. Nick Bull swinging and missing. Goodman trying to counter. Good jab from Goodman there. Ties up on the inside. Got to be careful with Nick Bull unleashing. That's it. You see, until the referee calls break, you can't relax on the inside with a guy like Nick Bull. Because right as I said it, he started unleashing the shots. Got to be careful with Nick Bull on the inside. Like, he's a bit like Andy Ruiz. You know, Ruiz, you get in close, you think he's going to wait until the referee calls break. That silent agreement that Teddy Atlas used to talk about. But no, there's no silent agreement with Nick Bull. He's ready to explode out of the clinch with shots before the referee gets a chance to call break. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, Bull needs to dig to that body, set up with the jab. Nice shot from Nick Bull. I think Bull is just nicking this round now. And he's showing some smart veteran moxie, if that's even the right term to use. Probably not. He's using some smart veteran tactics, is a better word, by concentrating his attacks in like the final 45 seconds of the round to catch the judge's eye. It's the last thing they remember. So yeah, this is a Nick Bull round for me. He just nicked it. Not much in it, but yeah, I reckon Bull's just nicked it. James Clifford said, the girl interview in Harlem looks bored by him too. Yeah, Harlem has none of the Eubank charisma, does he? None of the Eubank humor, none of the Eubank charisma. Obviously, he's not the son of Chris Eubank. He's the nephew of Chris Eubank. Doesn't have any of their charisma. And I don't think boxing is for him. I think he needs to go take up tennis or something. He's an athletic kid. Go take up tennis. Get to Wimbledon. Be on BBC Sports Person. That's the type of crowd that he looks like he should be moving with. I don't think boxing is for him. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, I always thought Ford would win the rematch, to be fair. Yeah. Moving up in weight, Ford is far more energetic. So I reckon I might agree with you. Because that's the only time I've actually seen Nick Ball noticeably hurt in a fight was against Ray Ford. And Ford just didn't have the energy to throw enough punches to win. And even then, it was still very close. Andy Lee's got Nick Ball a round up. It's definitely a close fight. But Nick Ball is starting to come on now in this second half. Landed some body shots, head shots, uppercut. Okay, a lot is missing, but some are getting through. Nick Ball with a big gulp of air there. And Sam Goodman's activity has dropped right off. Sam Goodman actually coming forward here. Maybe he's figured that boxing on the back foot, as he has been, is working against him. So he's trying to push Nick Ball back. Ducking underneath a big swinging left hand from Ball. Is that Baby Ting in the crowd there? I think that's Baby Ting standing up. Can't see his face. It's behind the DAZN logo. I think that's Baby Ting. Combination from Nick Ball, but again, mostly blocked. It's turned into more of an attritional fight now. You know, it's not really explosive. It was kind of exciting early on when both guys were fresh. But now it's more like a spirited sparring session in terms of the way they're fighting, you know? Nobody's really hurting the other guy, at least not yet. A shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, Ball's best win bar none, probably career definer. Wow, you hold Sam Goodman in very high regard then. Or, I guess you're talking about Ray Ford, excuse me. Talking about Ray Ford, not Sam Goodman. Good jab from Goodman there. Ball being made to miss. Goodman making him pay a little bit. It's a close round here. Yeah, Ray Ford is very good. I definitely agree with that, Matt. I like watching Ray Ford, actually. Nice shots there from Nick Ball right before the bell. Just listening to Dev Sani interview Hamza Shiraz. All right, there's the bell. Nick Ball, Sam Goodman. Round number 9. Andy Lee has got it dead level. 76 points apiece. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, Ford is good enough to be the next 130-pound undisputed. He may well be, but can he get the fights? So there's a conversation in the comments about how long Nick Bull will be able to be effective at world level for. Some people don't think any more than 2 or 3 fights. Somebody commented there that he's 25, not 35. Well, I'm not saying he's only got 2 or 3 fights left, but what I will say is some fighters are done by the time they're in their late 20s. Riddick Bowe was done. Mike Tyson was past his prime by the time he was in his late 20s. And smaller fighters don't tend to have as much longevity as larger fighters do. Nice uppercut from Nick Bull. Real nice shot. Skillfully landed. Nick Bull does have very nice punch variety. And I want to say in the back end of this fight, it is that variety which is helping Nick Bull. He's a bit more creative with his offense. Oh, nice right hand from Sam Goodman there, though. Yeah, Bull's a bit more creative with his offense. He has those unusual punch sequences, and that's really helping him here to catch Sam Goodman off guard, you know. He's landing shots that Goodman is not expecting. He doesn't know where the next punch is coming from, because he's always switching up the angles and the punch sequences, whereas Sam Goodman is a bit predictable at this stage. Nick Bull knows where the shots are coming from. He knows which way to dip, and he's not getting caught the way he was in the earlier rounds. Nice uppercut again from Nick Bull. Bull really boxing here, though. He's not necessarily pressuring Sam Goodman. He's actually outboxing him here. Although there was a nice left hook there from Sam Goodman moments ago. Nice right hand from Nick Bull in response. Yeah, Bull's actually outboxing Goodman now. Okay, Jay Silver says Nick Bull is 28, not 25. Yeah, I remember when he beat Isaac Lowe. Was that on the Partridge White undercard? Isaac Lowe took a terrible beating that night. Polka says Floyd used weaponized retirements to last longer. I like that. Weaponized retirements. Oh dear. All right, here we go. Round number 10. Nick Bull, Sam Goodman. This is obviously a 12-rounder championship fight. Nick Bull just edging ahead for me. Although, weirdly, Andy Lee gave Sam Goodman the last 2 rounds. I'm not sure how he gave Goodman the last round. I thought Nick Bull won it, but there you go. The punch stats favor Nick Bull. So he's landed 109 power shots to 86 for Goodman. And total punches landed, Nick Bull also more than Goodman. So I think Bull's winning the fight at this stage. There's a left hook to the body from Goodman. He likes that punch. Again, I wonder whether Goodman is a converted southpaw, because there's all the hallmarks there of a converted southpaw. He's very, very left-hand dominant, you know. Nice combinations from Nick Bull. He's got the angle where he kind of angles his body to throw a left uppercut, then right hand over the top. Sam Goodman trying to stay with him, swinging it out on the inside. And that left uppercut, that's been a great shot for Nick Bull throughout his career. But the right uppercut has also been good from him the past couple rounds here against Sam Goodman. Yeah, Goodman's punch sequences are just far more conventional and therefore predictable. So Bull's able to block most of them. He knows where the shots are coming from. Goodman needs to get more creative on the offense. Matthew Wilson, big up for the super chat. He says, Ball is the broadest featherweight I've ever seen. Well, he's very short. So that's why he's so muscular at this weight, because he's very, very short. He is built like a fire plug. Again, that unorthodox punching from Nick Ball is serving him well here. Nick Ball changing levels. Just looking for an in. Yeah, it was incredible watching that interview that Carl Frampton did with Nick Ball, where Nick Ball was like noticeably shorter than Frampton. You guys see that interview? It made Carl Frampton look tall. He literally made Carl Frampton look tall. Carl Frampton must have been happy interviewing Nick Ball. Toro TV says NYC has Whyte winning this. I've been building up to this fight for a month out here. Okay. Yeah, who's got which fighter up? Let's get a show of hands. You guys got Nick Ball up or Goodman? Personally, I got Nick Ball up. Genius says Carl Frampton felt like Luke Partridge standing next to Ball. Okay, David Fisher's got Goodman up. Most others have got Ball up, it looks like. East Midlands Fight Fan says could be 5-5. James Clifford's got Ball. Harold Protagonist got Ball. Richard Draper's got it even. Genius has got it Ball. Most people saying Ball. Anyway, here we are in round number 11. Andy Lee's got it even. Let's see how the judges have it. I suspect the judges have got it in favor of Ball, but we'll find out very shortly. Ade's got Ball up by 1. Danny Gallagher says Ball with the quality. I agree. I reckon Ball is edging this fight. In the second half, he's adjusted to what Goodman was doing. He's switched up his offense. He's become very creative with his punch sequences, and that's catching Sam Goodman off guard enough of the time for him to land more eye-catching shots. More clean, effective work for me. Sam Goodman still popping the jab, but it's usually blocked at this point. In the early rounds, it was landing clean. Nick Ball swinging and missing. Sam Goodman gets out of the way. Left hook from Sam Goodman was a decent shot. Right hand from Goodman was a decent shot. Right hand from Goodman again. Decent little spell here for Sam Goodman. Oh, right hand from Nick Ball. The pattern in this fight is Nick Ball has tried to finish the round strong to catch the judge's eye. That's good defensive work actually coming forward there from Sam Goodman. Comes back with a combination of shots. Finally, Ball lands one clean there for the first time in a few moments. But another nice right hand from Nick Ball. He's switching southpaw on the inside here. And then back to orthodox. Nice combination from Nick Ball. He walked Sam Goodman onto that. Goodman getting aggressive though. Ball coming back. Sam Goodman needs to stick the jab on him there. Ball had his hands down, waiting. Sam Goodman didn't jab. That was a good competitive round. So we're coming up to round number 12. Be interesting to see how the judges have scored this one. Here we go, round number 12. There's the bell. Nick Bull, Sam Goodman. Let's see what happens in this final round and who manages to secure the victory. I think Nick Bull is ahead, but there are some who think that Sam Goodman is edging it. Andy Lee, scoring for the zone, has got Bull ahead by 1 round. Sam Goodman gets bundled to the canvas there. Some rough stuff by Nick Bull. Oh, Bull's cut. Was that from a clash of heads? Oh, big right hand from Goodman. That was a great shot. Best right hand he's landed all night. Body shot from Sam Goodman. Flurry back from Nick Bull. Lands a right hand in there. Left hand from Nick Bull. Both guys letting it all hang out now. Swinging away. Nice uppercut from Nick Bull. From the southpaw stance. Then a left hand from the southpaw stance from Nick Bull. Again, that creative offense he has. Unusual punch sequences serving him well. But Goodman digs to the body. Left hook to the body again. That's been one of his better punches. Probably that and the jab have been his best punches in this fight. Body shot again from Goodman. Bull catching him with a right on the way in. Not too much on it, but it did land. Swing and a miss from Bull. They tie up. Just over a minute left in the 12th. Body shots again from Goodman. Right hand from Goodman. That was a real good shot. I thought Bull was staggered for a second there. It landed very, very flush. More blood coming from that cut on Bull's right eye. Is he cut over the left eye as well, or is that a smear of blood from the other eye? Inside the final 40, nearly inside the final 30 seconds. There we go, 30 seconds left. Nick Bull holds on. Combination from Goodman. He really wants this. Swinging away on the inside. Very, very spirited from both men, but particularly Sam Goodman here in this 12th. He wants this. Swinging away on the inside. Combinations from both. Furious exchanges. Nick Bull loading up on the shots. That's the end of the fight. Both guys gave it their all. Both guys raised their arms. Let's see how the judges have got it. Let's see whether Nick Bull keeps that title or Britain ends up with no world champions in a few moments here. Yeah, there was a clash of heads that caused that cut. They were kind of tied up on the inside, and there was a clash of heads. Doesn't matter, it's the 12th round, and it wasn't a particularly bad cut anyway. But both guys landed shots. Antonio Tava likes the action there at ringside, sat next to Lawrence Okolie. Just looking at the slow-mo here. Paris Allen says they'll give the champ the benefit of the doubt. I suspect so too. We're about to get the judge's decision here. Let's see who's got it. Wow, Whyte, 117, 111. 118, 110. $115, 113, the only realistic scorecard. Those scorecards were crazy. Absolutely crazy. Crazy scorecards. Yo, only one of those judges did his job properly. The other judges, dear, oh dear, oh dear. David Fisher says brown envelopes all round. Yeah, them cards were shocking. One of them was okay, the other two were disgraceful. All right, I'm going to take a little break here, folks. Obviously, I will be back before the start of the main event. All right, Itauma's ring walk. Shout out to everybody locked in. Big up Hyperspaz for the super chat. He says, Baby Snatcher gets KO'd in the third by an uppercut. The Baby Snatcher, Dillian Whyte. Apparently, one of the conditions for Dillian Whyte accepting this fight was that he got to walk out second and that he got his name on the left-hand side of the poster. And his image on the left-hand side of the poster. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, David Price's moment, if Itauma loses, I'd be happy. Damn, you'd be happy? Why? I did a video about that earlier on. Not sure why anybody would be happy. Are you a big Dillian Whyte fan? If so, fair enough. But I don't know why you'd be happy. Indeed, D-Man. Why do so many people want Itauma to lose? I don't get it. Someone says, how's Itauma's hairline fading so much at 20? I don't think his hairline's fading. I just think his hairline is naturally far back. Some people are like that, you know? Matt says, I don't like the guzzling of him 24/7 from pundits. Well, that's not his fault. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. So Itauma came out to Styles P. Mr. Lucas says, I think the Usyk talk is stupid though. Me too. Even if he knocks out Dillian Whyte in the first round, I still don't think Usyk is a good move for him next. Dillian Whyte making Itauma wait. So we got some veteran tricks here from Dillian Whyte. This is what champions often do, is they would traditionally make the challenger wait. Shout out to Matt. He says, White looked horrific versus African Granddad, 55 years old. Yeah, he looked terrible in that fight against Tete. But he's in much better shape this time around. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. It needs to make a difference because if he turns up anything like he was against Tete here, it's going to be over very quick. Yeah, Dillian Whyte definitely playing mind games here. Dillian Whyte really taking his time. He's not even listening to the people telling him it's time to come out now. Shout out to GMS Nightmare. He says, I foresee Itauma and Opataya rivalry in future. Where's Baby Ting? Baby Ting's in the crowd. I saw him earlier on in the crowd. Big up Sazad for the reminder. Yes, 570 concurrent viewers, only 252 likes. If we can get the likes up, people, will be much appreciated. We can get them up to 275. We're on 251 at the moment. If we can get it up to 275, so 24 more likes, much appreciated. Only takes a second. Really helps these streams get seen. All right, Dillian Whyte finally walking out. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says, Whyte seems like he's trying everything in the book to throw Itauma off. Yeah, definitely with that very delayed ring walk for sure. He's going to play the AC/DC tune as usual. Back in Black. Yup, AC/DC. Shout out to George for the super chat. He says, fairly new to your channel, big fan of your content. Big up, George. Much appreciated, sir. I hope you're enjoying the commentary. We got Dillian Whyte coming out now. Let me just turn this down a little bit so doesn't picked up through the mic. Dillian Whyte's music playing. Big up Ben. Subscribed since 2017. We got Ivan. He's been sub since 2012. People are saying Dillian looks scared. People were saying the same about Moses. What if they're both scared? They've got a hell of a stage there, don't they? In this arena there in Saudi. With a big screen and the lights and the pyrotechnics and all that. Yeah, Dillian Whyte's definitely got nervous eyes to me. His eyes look nervous. They're darting around all over the place. Maybe he's just really wired, you know? People say he's walking strange. He steps over the top ropes. Yeah, he's been walking strange for a while now. Teddy Atlas noticed that in the Tete fight. He said his legs didn't look right against Tete. Itauma actually walked over to Dillian Whyte there. Not sure what that's about. Shout out to Big John Boxing News for the super chat. He says, who's the real bad man? Baby Ting or Jimmy Manua? Baby Ting. Shout out to Big John Boxing News. Yes, Jimmy Manua is a real UFC fighter, but since we're being silly in this chat, why not Baby Ting? Big up Big John Boxing News. Okay, they just, Michael Buffer just acknowledged Turkey Al Sheikh. But I haven't seen Turkey Al Sheikh. Any of you guys noticed him there? Itauma looks annoyed. Now, you can definitely see the adrenaline in Itauma for sure. But he walked over to Dillian Whyte before the opening bell as if he wanted to shove him or something, like he was annoyed. You guys noticed that? Itauma walked over to Dillian Whyte as if to say, you kept me waiting, you donut. I think Itauma's upset. But he needs to be careful with that. Because, Dillian Whyte will be looking to walk him onto something. But he definitely didn't like the waiting, yeah. Young energy, yeah, man. He's annoyed there. Rosewood said Whyte's mind games worked. Well, it's for Ben Davison to try and calm Itauma down, you know? If Ben Davison's got anything about him as a coach at all, Right now, he needs to be calming his guy down. Don't get angry. Don't get upset. You know, he's just trying to walk you onto something. Keep calm. Big up DL for the super chat. Is it DL or Dill? Dill87 for the super chat. He says, first time super chat, Hatman, you used to battle the entire LDBC back in the day and won the war. Everyone is exposed after the Wilder era ended. Big up Dill87. Much appreciated, sir. Yes, I remember the LDBC days all too well. The LDBC, PBC cult. All the Deontay Wilder propaganda. And even before then, back in the Mayweather days. You can see Baby Ting there at ringside. See him there? Got a Dillian Whyte t-shirt on. Shout out to Dill again. Dill87 for the super chat. Big up. That's a weird little warm-up there for Dillian Whyte before while they were announcing him. I think both guys are feeling some level of nerves. Itauma because of the inexperience and Dillian Whyte because of his age, you know, and he knows how good Itauma potentially is. So I think both guys are feeling a bit of nerves, although Itauma, I think, is a bit more annoyed. Because Dillian Whyte made him wait. Seems annoyed. Mr. Lucas says, I hope Whyte comes to fight. He should at this weight, right? I mean, coming in so light, the lightest he's been in 10 years, is surely a statement of intent. It's indicative of how hard he's trained, and training this hard at this age, you know. All right, here we go. The fight is about to begin. Let's see where this goes. Moses Itauma, Dillian Whyte about to kick off. Ding ding, round one. Here we go. Moses Itauma versus Dillian Whyte. Itauma the southpaw, Dillian Whyte orthodox. Itauma throws the first punch. Speculative right jab. Dillian Whyte throwing his left jab out there. Nice right jab landing from Moses Itauma. Itauma supposedly either 245 or 235 for this fight, but physically he doesn't look any different to how he did against Mike Balogan. Left hand to the body from Itauma was a fast shot. Right jab from Itauma was fast. Both guys taking a look. Itauma likes to take a look and box his way into fights. Dillian Whyte, you know, noticeably, okay, Itauma feinting and throws a big left hand. Dillian Whyte ducks underneath it. Well, Dillian Whyte noticeably lighter, but he's got that old man body about him. There's a right hook from Itauma. Left hand to the body from Itauma. Dillian Whyte really having a look to see what Itauma does. Let the young man take the initiative and do the work. So, yeah, cautious here from both men. Itauma's thrown more shots. Again, Dillian Whyte just having a look. Takes a left hand to the body. Both guys feinting. Another left hand to the body for Itauma. He's taking what Dillian Whyte gives him. Right hook from Itauma. Left hand seemed to bother Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte backs up to the ropes. Dillian Whyte down already. He nearly went down. Left, right. Itauma opening up. Dillian Whyte rocked. In trouble on the ropes. He's staggering. Dillian Whyte's legs are gone. Left hand from Itauma. Right hand for Dillian's gone. Dillian Whyte's gone. I think the fight's over already. Unless Dillian Whyte can come out with something crazy, the fight's finished. No, it's waved off. It's over in a round. It's over before it started. Itauma's done him. Itauma has done him. So those who wanted Itauma to lose, you didn't get your wish. Itauma's done him in a round. Now, to be fair, there was somebody in the live chat yesterday who said that Dillian Whyte's body looks like Riddick Bowe's body in the Galota rematch, and they were right. Dillian Whyte, although he lost the weight, he looked weak in there. The way he was moving around, he looked weak. Do you know what I mean? So his body, he got the weight down, but the strength was not there. That's not to say he would have won if his body was right, but yeah, his body was off key, bro. As soon as Itauma landed, it was over. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says, called it in under 2 rounds. Charlene says, blood clot. Yeah, Itauma far too quick. Far too strong. Combinations going in. Dillian Whyte had nothing. Seems like he left it all in the gym. Fast shot. And Itauma is ridiculously fast when he lets the shots go. Ridiculous hand speed from Itauma. And down went Dillian Whyte. Jay Silver says, Whyte, a Jamaican granddad, now needs to retire. For sure. Let's have a look again. That first shot did land round the back of the head, though. Whyte complained about it, and I'm sure he's going to complain about it after the fight. Another shot there rocked him. Body shot, right? Shout out to Craig for the super chat. He says, does this really tell us anything about Moses? Whyte is obviously washed. I think that's a rhetorical question. I think you mean it doesn't tell us anything about Moses, and I agree with you, if that's what you're saying. It tells us nothing about Moses. Whyte is washed. I mean, I thought that before the fight. I thought, Itauma would get the knockout inside 7. There was never any real doubt that, for me, Itauma was going to knock Dillian Whyte out. It was just a matter of when. Obviously, I was generous, giving him 7 rounds. That was a wash, Dillian Whyte. It doesn't tell us anything. I still wouldn't put Itauma in with Usyk next, but what it does tell us is that there are a lot of people, for some reason, who really want Moses Itauma to lose, and they are underestimating how good Itauma is. That's what this shows us. And look at Itauma's dad there. He's actually quite funny. Saw an interview with him earlier on in the week. So yeah, Itauma is a precocious talent. He is a precocious talent. He's got hand speed, balance, coordination, punch variety, power, obviously. Shout out to Supersize Fries for the super chat. He says Moses for Parker for the belt now. That's probably where they'll go. I don't think he's ready for Usyk. Even with that type of speed and all that, he needs rounds, man. A washed Dillian Whyte couldn't give him the rounds, but he needs rounds to get some experience going through a fight. Do you know what I mean? Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, I'd like to see Itauma versus Dubois, Hrgovic, or Miller. I think Hrgovic would be a good fight for Itauma next. I think that's a good fight for him next. It'd be an acid test for him because the Hrgovic fight wouldn't go like that. Trust me. Yeah, Dillian Whyte, you could see from the opening bell, he's got that janky old man body. His movements are all weird, and it looks like along with the fat that he dropped, he also dropped some muscle because his movements were just all weird, Just like somebody again said a couple of days ago in my Element group, he was walking like an old man in the press conference, His legs look off key. Matt says, what if it did? I guess you mean what if the Hrgovic fight ended like that? Then maybe you'd have to put him in for the title, against the Joseph Parker next. But I'd like to see him fight a Hrgovic. I think that would be a good one for him. An acid test before stepping up to championship level. Shout out to Beast LFC. He says, Moses to be called Flash because he's fast. Is he leading boxing fans to the promised land? Shout out to Beast LFC. Big up President Brush. He says, imagine paying for that. Yeah, the Zone taking the absolute biscuit, putting this on pay-per-view. Big up D-Man for the super chat. He says, if Itauma handled well, could really go far in this. Personally, most natural talent I've seen in a heavyweight in 30 years plus. I'm telling you, this guy is not a normal prospect. And a lot of people haven't really caught on to that yet. They're still thinking he's David Price or he's Audley Harrison or he's Johnny Fisher. No. Moses Itauma is not an ordinary prospect. Get that notion out of your head. He's not an ordinary prospect. Ordinary prospects don't get called in at 15 years old to spar world-class heavyweights and world champion cruiserweights. That doesn't happen, folks. 14 years old even, in his school uniform, sparring pros and giving them hell. That doesn't happen with ordinary prospects, all right? So this is not an ordinary prospect. Get that out of your mind. This is a precocious talent. He's got tremendous potential. Obviously, potential is not the same as achievement. He has to go on and fulfill that potential. There have been plenty of fighters over the decades with loads of potential that didn't fulfill it. But Itauma has incredible potential. Incredible potential. It's very exciting. The talent is clearly there. I mean, look at the hand speed when he's letting the shots off for a 240 plus pound heavyweight. Incredible hand speed. And there's power there too. Punch variety. Goes to head and body. And we have to give credit here to Ben Davison. Ben Davison normally just gets stick. You can't criticize a trainer when his fighters lose and not praise him when his fighters win. So let's give Ben Davison some credit. I was kind of surprised that so many people thought that this was going to be life and death for Itauma. That did surprise me. I mean, this is a washed-up Dillian Whyte. You can't turn the clock back when you've been through that many wars and you've been knocked out a bunch of times. No, bro, you don't turn the clock back in that situation. So I was quite surprised that many people thought either Itauma was going to lose or it would be a life and death. I always thought Itauma was going to win this fight by knockout. He did it quicker than I thought he'd do it. I said inside 7, although inside 7 encompasses the first round too, but still, if I had picked a round, I wouldn't have said the first. Let's have a listen to what Frank Warren's saying here. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, Moses should be acknowledged. Moses should be nicknamed the Prophet. There you go. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says, do you think Whyte is thinking, damn, he's as good as they say? I think Whyte is thinking the first shot hit me on the back of the head. I want a rematch. Shout out to Josh Letty for the super chat. Yeah, old man. He's got the old man emoji up there. Dillian Whyte looked like a janky old Jamaican, bro. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says he wants Parker and Caballero next. I think Parker's a better fight for him than Caballero. I think Caballero's a real dangerous fight. Okay, Itauma apparently called out Caballero. I had the volume down. I didn't actually hear. Be careful what you wish for against Caballero. Not saying he can't beat Caballero, but that's a bit dangerous. I think stylistically, Parker's a better matchup for him. Shout out to Matthew Wilson for the super chat. He says, no turkey tonight. Maybe he's saving himself for the Rhino versus the Bear Wrestler. Maybe he's got other engagements, you know. Shout out to what is that? Through the Storm, excuse me. Shout out to Through the Storm for the super chat. He says, if only we could peak 2 to 3 years from now, Itauma versus Usyk from the first AJ fight would literally be the highest skill fight in heavyweight history. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Usyk is kind of long in the tooth now. Because if we could preserve the Usyk that fought Joshua the first time and match him against Itauma in, like you say, a couple of years, that would be an incredible fight. Parker looks a bit flustered ringside. What do you guys think? He looks a bit red in the face. Ayed says Okolie would smash Whyte, and maybe that's why Dillian Whyte didn't take the fight. Maybe he knew that Okolie would have smashed him. Pause. Yeah, Parker looks like he's seen a ghost. Let's be real. He looks like he's seen a ghost. Man came out and done the job in under a round. First half of the round as well, wasn't it? Genius says Itauma would batter Parker. Itauma is that guy. See, Anthony Yard has been watching Itauma in the gyms since he was like a young teenager. And he said on TalkSport the other day, he is it. When have you heard Anthony Yard say that about any other prospect in any weight class? He said, I've been watching this kid in the gym, seeing him spar loads of top heavyweights in the gym, and I'm telling you, in my opinion, he is it. He is it. And he didn't give us any reason to doubt him with this performance against Dillian Whyte, albeit a washed Dillian Whyte. Let's not pretend like that was prime Whyte. It certainly wasn't. He got his weight down, yes, but his body was weak. He looked slow, you know? D-Man says, I don't think Parker wants to risk it versus Moses. I agree with Agni there. Chisora smashes Whyte at this point. Chisora seems to have more left. If Whyte comes in at that kind of weight, especially. Yeah. And Barry Jones said this as well in the run-up to this fight. He said, I'm not sure if that weight loss is good for Dillian Whyte. Getting his weight down that low at that age. When you've been heavy for so many years and then you all of a sudden get really low in weight, you know, it can backfire on you in spectacular fashion. He actually looked worse. I'm going to be real. He actually looked worse there in his movements than he did against Tete. He looked worse than he did against Tete. Maybe it was that substance. Some people reckon that Whyte took that weight loss substance. What's it called again? Ozempic or something? Does that have bad side effects? Ozempic? Excuse me. Shout out to President Brush. He says, Whyte did not land one punch. Sad end to his career. Well, at least he got paid. Something like $2 million apparently. He got that payday in. And maybe he felt like he was going to lose his next big fight anyway. And so he thought, better I lose to the next big thing than lose to one of my contemporaries, because if I get chinned in a round by one of my contemporaries, that loss is not going to age well. Whereas getting chinned by Itauma in a round, it might age a bit better. Is that what he thought to himself? Somebody asking, was Whyte on Ozempic? I've got no idea whether he was on Ozempic. Somebody suggested it in the live chat yesterday. I don't know anything about Ozempic. I've just heard from you guys. But if he was, I'm asking about the side effects from Ozempic. Are there any side effects that could negatively affect your boxing career? Exactamundo says 100% he is. Well, we don't know that, but it's your opinion. Okay. Don't want to catch a lawsuit here. I mean, it's fair speculation given that Dillian Whyte has been caught plenty of times in the past for, or popped dirty for PEDs in the past. Shout out to Ocean Blue for the super chat. He says, sold his bum to Moses in the words of Lawrence Okolie. Yo. Gotta like that super chat. Yes, that cracked me up when Lawrence Okolie said that. Sold his bum to Moses. Oh dear, oh dear. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says, Ozempic would hurt athletic ability. Doubt you would take that. It makes your appetite go and you lose muscle mass too. Well, by the looks of it, Dillian Whyte has lost some muscle mass. I think that's why his movement was so weird. Again, I'm not saying he took Ozempic at all. I don't know nothing about that. I'm not privy to what goes on in Dillian Whyte's camp. But I think it's fair speculation to talk about these things, given that he has tested positive for banned substances in the past. Several times. Danny says that was a humiliation ritual. Okay. Do you mean intentional or unintentional? I'm guessing you mean intentional. Striker says Whyte's just shot to pieces and turned up for a payday. His eyes did look nervous, didn't they, on the ring walk? Is it possible that Dillian Whyte took long to come out because he was nervous rather than because he was playing mind games? Or maybe it was a bit of both. Maybe he was nervous and he thought, okay, let me try and conquer this by turning it into a mind game. Shout out to KO Kid Boxing. He says, put a tenner on Itauma in round 1. No idea why I didn't bet another 100. Thought I'd send a bit of the winnings your way, Hatman. Big up, KO Kid Boxing. Much appreciated. And congratulations on the win. Shout out to Matthew Wilson. He says, you also described Yard as a precocious talent. Yes, I said that Yard had a lot of ability for somebody with no boxing background. Yes, I did describe him as a precocious talent, but not this level of precocious talent. You know, Moses Itauma has, for one, got more of an amateur background than Anthony Yard. And although Yard was able to master the basics well, he wasn't able to go beyond in terms of advanced level. Moses Itauma, precocious because I'm just looking at a full speed replay of the fight now. Itauma's hand speed is ridiculous. When he lets he's feinting, the right hook finished Whyte off. Now, Itauma is a completely different level talent to Anthony Yard. You know, Yard was impressive given the lack of amateur experience coming through, that he was able to master the basics as well as he did. But Itauma's been sparring world-class heavyweights and cruiserweights since he was 14, 15 and giving him hell. That's not normal. It's just not normal. So, yeah, now Itauma is very, very special. He's like a once-in-a-generation type of talent. It's whether he can actually make the most of that talent, whether he can fulfill his potential. Shout out to B-Tech Graham for the super chat. He says, do you think he wins against Hrgovic now? I do. I think he probably does, but it's more of a test. Yeah, I think he probably does beat Hrgovic now, but I think it's more of a test. I'm liking what Hrgovic is doing with Abel Sanchez. His last two performances, particularly against Joyce, they were good, although, you know, he did get caught against Adeleye there in round number 8. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says, if he did, it was a bad move. They actually looked, it's actually a diabetic med. Okay, he's talking about Ozempic again. Yeah, again, I've got no idea whether Dillian Whyte took that substance. It's all speculation here based upon him previously testing positive and obviously the dramatic weight loss for this fight. Shout out to Jaden Ellis. He says, baby snatcher done now. Shout out to Demon. He says, Itauma started young too. A lot of moves will be subconsciously ingrained. Yard and Joshua started late. Indeed. Anthony Yard started very late, I think in his 20s. So literally, the first time Anthony Yard laced up a pair of gloves, he was like Itauma's age. Itauma started boxing, I think, at the age of like 9 or 10. He didn't have that many amateur fights. Not sure why. Maybe because he was moving around and stuff like that from Slovakia to the UK and God knows what else. But the fights he did have, many of them were at a very high level in the juniors. He was fighting in international tournaments in the juniors and he won every fight. That is pedigree. Do you understand? Anthony Yard never had anything like that. I think Anthony Yard might have fought in the Haringey Box Cup. I don't think he ever even fought in the certainly never won the ABAs as far as I'm aware. Moses Itauma has got amateur pedigree. Yeah, he won international tournaments as a junior in the amateurs. And what's more impressive is that he won those international tournaments, never lost a fight, and did so with very little relative experience. You know, in terms of number of fights. Just listen to Ben Davison here. Vidal Sassoon. What's he got to say? Just listening to Vidal Sassoon. Shout out to Joshua Hooker for the super chat. He says, shout out to Whyte's career, entertaining fighter. Yeah, Dillian Whyte has been a fan favorite over the years. If this is the end for him, then he's given us a lot of thrills and spills. Shout out to Big John Boxing News. He says, did you see the other prospect from York, Leo Atang or something? Yeah, I saw his pro debut. He's an Eddie Hearn fighter. I spoke about him in a couple of videos in the past. He doesn't seem to be as precocious a talent as Moses Itauma, but he's obviously got some type of talent there. We'll see how it goes with him. I'm sure Eddie Hearn would like Atang to try and break Mike Tyson's record. I suspect that's what he's got in his mind, but he's going to need to be very active with him to do that. And eventually they'll be looking to line him up to fight Itauma at some point. He's like one of the few heavyweights right now that's younger than Moses Itauma. All right, listening to Francis Warren, giving his take on what happened there. Evil Uncle Phil says, that weight cut from Whyte was stupid, looked frail all week and didn't even last a round. How can his trainer allow him to do such a rapid weight cut? Well, according to Buddy McGirt, he'd cut all the weight before he started camp. Yeah, I agree with Evil Uncle Phil. The weight cut was bad. But somebody in response to the comments there said, he's washed, it wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, I think Itauma beats Whyte no matter what Whyte weighs and knocks him out no matter what he weighs. Would Whyte maybe have been able to have a little bit more energy if he was slightly heavier? Perhaps. Maybe last into the second. It's all academic, really. My comment will trigger you, says Whyte got knocked out in a single round. That's right, he got chinned in the first. Big up 1-1. So Francis Warren very happy there. Brandon says Itauma stops Parker inside 6. Big up D-Man for the super chat. He says the way Itauma moves in and out with his feet will be a good asset. Stop him getting caught like AJ has in the past. You pointed this out a few times. Yeah, mid-combination, Itauma moves in and out. Almost like a Lomachenko, you know? You don't see heavyweights moving their feet in and out like that during combinations other than maybe Usyk. So that would be a very, very good asset for him, as you say. And even though Dillian Whyte didn't test him in the ring at all, this was a test for Itauma's mindset, given the magnitude of the event and the pressure of the weight of expectation and all that type of thing. And experiencing haters, right? There's a lot of Moses Itauma haters now. There's people that want to see him get chinned for God knows what reason. I went over some of the reasons I think they want to see him get chinned in a video which I uploaded earlier on today. So all of that pressure on a 20-year-old man's shoulders was what the real test was here. And he passed that test. Cautious early on, but Itauma normally is cautious. Then he spots a gap and he goes for it. A little bit like David Haye in that sense. David Haye, move around, have a look. But as soon as he saw an opening, he'd strike like a cobra, even in the first round. Colbzilla, shout out for the super chat. He says, we still haven't tested Moses yet. Whyte is washed. I completely agree. And that's why I say, don't put him in with Usyk next. He needs to be taking rounds, and there are guys out there who will take him rounds. And shout out to Teddy Atlas, by the way, because Teddy Atlas recommended that people bet on the under for this fight. The under was 4 rounds, I believe. And Teddy Atlas was saying he expects it to be over inside 4 rounds in Itauma's favor. I was far more generous, and I said Itauma gets it done inside 7 rounds. So Teddy Atlas was bang on. He said inside 4 rounds, and that's what we got. Shout out to Patriotic Joe. He says, Moses built like Nigerian or Slovakian. Well, a bit of both, innit? Dog Boone says, I think Itauma is lazy in his head. He's not bright. He's actually cocky. He's probably going to get beat for these reasons. I totally disagree. Itauma has this stoic demeanor, and he talks like a typical youngster. He's not actually from London, but youngsters in London talk like him, as if they're high on weed or something, you know? But whenever you actually listen to Itauma talk more extensively, when he opens up talking, he's actually quite bright. So no, I totally disagree with the notion that he's not particularly bright. He actually is quite bright. And cocky, well, you're supposed to be cocky. I don't know where this notion comes from that fighters are supposed to be humble. No, you're supposed to be cocky. If you're ever going to go anywhere and you're going to be able to handle the pressure of big events, you need to believe in yourself. You need to be cocky and egotistical beyond your wildest imagination. All top-level fighters are cocky. They don't always show it. They internalize their ego, some of them, because they understand it's good PR to act all humble and, gentlemanly. They know that's good PR. Even Usyk is cocky as hell, yeah? Sometimes you get glimpses of it when he's with his team, the way he orders them around and the way he talks to them. He talks to them the way that a CEO would bullishly talk to a lot of his staff, he can sound quite rude, right? But that's the personality type it takes to make it at the elite level. That's what it takes. You have to have ridiculous self-belief and believe that you are the dog's you-know-what. So no, I totally disagree with that. A shout to D-Man for the super chat. He says, have to go watch that video on the hate Moses is getting, as I have noticed. Reminds me of hate AJ used to get for no reason. Yeah, I went into it in that video, and I listed 3 categories of people who are preying on Moses Itauma's downfall. 3 categories. Shout out to Matthew Wilson for the super chat. He says, Allen versus Whyte if he gets past the bear wrestler. If Whyte decides to continue, as a proud man, maybe he will want one more, but that performance was so terrible. Somebody says, I forgot to mention the Tyson fanboys. Well, I think they're kind of included in the 3 categories I laid out in that video. Danny says, I think Itauma gets hate because of the hype. He hasn't proved himself. That's not a reason to hate somebody. See, one of the categories that I said of, the Itauma haters are boxing contrarians. People who want to be perceived as having some special hardcore boxing knowledge. And so what the boxing contrarians do is, if Itauma had no hype at all, and he was fighting on small hall shows and nobody knew who he was, the very same people that are hating on him would be saying, he's the best thing since sliced bread. You casuals don't know a good fighter when you see one. This Itauma is the truth. I've got special knowledge about this Itauma kid. You guys don't know about him. That's what the very same people praying for his downfall would be saying. These boxing contrarians who think that they're edgy and cool because they hate on somebody who's got a big media push or a big promotional push. That's just silly. You're not edgy, you're not cool. You just come across like a donut because you want attention that you've got some special boxing knowledge, right? So since Itauma isn't fighting on small hall shows and he isn't this unknown fighter who they can feel like they're, an edgy boxing hardcore because they know about him. Since he's not that, instead they act like they're edgy and hardcore by predicting his downfall. Oh, you don't realize he's got these weaknesses and he got knocked out in sparring. Do you know what I mean? So those are the boxing contrarians. That's one category of people who are desperate for Itauma to lose. Another category are people who just can't relate to him. Some people, in order to like a fighter, they need to be able to relate to them in some way. They need to be able to relate to them in terms of nationality, race, religion, culture, personality type, particularly when it comes to boxers, especially heavyweight boxers who are, physically imposing people. People fear what they don't understand. And if they can't relate to somebody, it's almost like they perceive them as a threat and they want to see them get taken down. So that's another category. You got the contrarians, you got the people who just can't relate to him. And thirdly, you just got jealous people who are sad about their own lives, and they see a 20-year-old kid making more money than they're making in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. And they're like, this shouldn't be so. So I think those are the main three categories of people who want Itauma to lose. I'm not talking about the people that pick him to lose and they don't have anything against him. They're just saying, I think it's a bad style matchup for him this fight. Oh, that's fair enough. I'm talking about the people who actually want him to lose. I think they fit into those three broad categories. Shout out to Matthew Wilson. Shout out to Alf Schill. He says, Turkey talking up Usyk Itauma now. Yeah, for me, it's too early. For me, it's too early for Itauma to go in there against Usyk's another level. He's just beat a washed-up Whyte there. That is worlds away from stepping in against Alexander Usyk. He needs rounds. Shout out to Mark S. He says, interested to see how money fame affects Itauma as a young man. Yeah, that's going to be a challenge. That's going to be a challenge. And he knows it's going to be a challenge. Shout out to Samil. He says, Moses' cocky thing reeks of a collar thing. For some people, it will be. Not for all people, but for some people. Again, there are different categories. There are different reasons why people are hating on Itauma. I don't get it. I don't know why you would do it. It's not as if Itauma has done anything that's bad for the sport of boxing at this stage. He's not in a position to have done anything that's bad for boxing. It's not like he's a champion holding a belt hostage, fighting pies, milking the belt, avoiding other champions. He's not doing any of that. He's not in a position to be able to do that. He's done nothing that would warrant anybody wishing for him to lose at this stage. So I don't really get it, But people have their ways, don't they? Somebody says, Hatman, where's a good place to start building momentum from this win? As other people said earlier on in the stream, I think Hrgovic would be a good shout. They both just fought on the same card. Yeah, Hrgovic. Well, there you go. George has just said it there. Who's next for Moses? Hrgovic, Dubois, wait for Parker. I say Hrgovic. Fight Hrgovic is tough. He's got an iron jaw. He throws plenty of punches. Now he's in better shape now that he's with Abel Sanchez. Let's get Hrgovic versus Itauma on. That's a proper acid test, not a washed-up Dillian Whyte who come in there looking like a janky Jamaican granddad. Hrgovic will be a proper test. If he can beat Hrgovic, after that you can look at Parker. Shout out to Nathan for the super chat. He says, Hatman, people don't like confident black folk. Yeah, some people for sure. That is an issue for some people. Can't say it's the reason that all people want him to lose. I think that'd be unfair. Of course, there's always a certain percentage who are obsessed with that kind of stuff, you know, influenced in that way. Indeed, Itauma is mixed, but some people don't care, you know. They only look at the one side. There are even black people who are prejudiced against mixed race people. Do you know what I mean? It's not just white people who might look at a mixed race, some white people, not all of them. It's not just some white people who look at a mixed race person and say, he's different, he's not one of us. There are plenty of black people who do that too. So, Pay Styles says, Povetkin ended Whyte's punch resistance. I don't think so. I think Whyte's punch resistance was deteriorating from long before the Povetkin knockout defeat. He got hurt by Marius Wack. I think that was the fight before Povetkin. Correct me if I'm wrong. He got hurt by Marius Wack. He was down against Oscar Rivas. He was down against Joseph Parker. So I think Whyte's punch resistance was deteriorating because of all the hard sparring, you know, the crazy sparring that he would do, the tough fights he'd been in. It all chips away at you. Big up Matthew Wilson. He says, nearly 1,000 people watching alive this time of night. Shows how popular your channel is, Hatman. No other boxing channel doing those numbers. Well, to be fair, I think it shows how interested people were in this fight. To be fair, people were very, very interested in this fight. Very interested. Blue Collar Sports TV, shout out to him. He says, the energy behind this fight was very strange. King James says, I think Frank Warren will keep Itauma away from his own stable of fighters. Some of them, yeah. I don't think he'll keep him away from all of them. I mean, Dillian Whyte was one of his fighters. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe look to stick Itauma in there against Joe Joyce. Will Joyce want to be used as cannon fodder in that way, though? I wouldn't be surprised if Joyce is getting a call Monday morning. Would you be interested in fighting Moses next? Here's the money. What do you reckon Big Joe would say? Even Uncle Phil says Joyce retirement fight. Let Me says, I think Dubois Joyce 2 makes more sense. Dubois Joyce 2 makes lots of sense. Lots and lots of sense. But money talks. You know, it makes sense from like a career perspective for both guys. You know, a proper crossroads fight. Both coming off losses and whatnot. And Dubois maybe wants to avenge the defeat he suffered to Joyce years ago. But commercially and just the focus of Queensbury, I reckon they would be more likely to do Itauma versus Joyce rather than Dubois versus Joyce if it's a choice between the two. Itauma's probably got many other options, right? So they don't have to fight Joyce. But I just want to see Itauma fight somebody durable, because Dillian Whyte is not durable. Yeah, he's been chinny for a long time. So I want to see him fight somebody that has a track record of having a chin. Hrgovic, I think, would be my preferred choice. Okay? After Hrgovic, maybe Joyce. Those guys have got a chin. Hrgovic throws plenty of shots. Yeah, Hrgovic has got a great chin. And Hrgovic has got a stoic demeanor as well. Hrgovic, see, that stoic demeanor I want to say that Itauma's got is from his Eastern European side. It's from his Slovakian side. You know, a lot of those Eastern Europeans are like that. They're proper stoic. They talk in a monotone. They're not very expressive, you know? So Itauma's got that Eastern European stoicism thing going on, just like Hrgovic. Yeah, Hrgovic also got a stoic, I will break you, Ivan Drago, Eastern European, you know, stereotypical Eastern European vibe. Although, as people say, that Hrgovic is funny with it. Hrgovic has got some deadpan humor behind that stoicism. Shout out to D. Robin for the super chat. He says, Hrgovic, Miller, Parker. For me, Hrgovic, that'd be the way to go after that. Parker, Miller doesn't really... I don't know, Miller's durable too. So maybe that's an option, to be fair, when I think about it for a second. But in order of what I'd like to see for him next, I would say Hrgovic. If he gets past him, then fight Parker. Shout out to Surviving Sobriety. He says, in my opinion, send Moses in with Zhang. With Zhang. Frank has him. Yeah, could do that. Could put Itauma in with Zhang. Although I don't think Zhang's durable. Zhang's not really the kind of test I think Moses needs next. Zhang can punch. He can take a decent shot, but he's not as durable as Hrgovic, you know? And after coming off a stoppage defeat and you think about Zhang's age, I'm like, there's a danger that could end relatively early in Moses' favor. I want him to see him in there with someone who's got a track record of being able to go the rounds and take the punches. And that is Filip Hrgovic. Even Jarrell Miller, as you say. Well, as the previous super chat said, D. Robin. But shout out to Surviving Sobriety. Big up Bob's for the super chat. He says, semi-casuals negative of Itauma because of push narratives in boxing and society at large. AJ's flop plus Partridge's reign of terror have spooked them. Okay, that's an interesting take. It's a nuanced situation. It's not like everybody wants, I say everybody, of those who are praying for Itauma's demise, not all of them are doing it for the same reasons. There are people that are doing it for different reasons. I put them into three broad categories. There might be some people doing it for reasons outside of those categories, but I reckon that encompasses most of them, in my opinion. But as you say, they're semi-casuals, negative of Itauma because of pushed narratives in boxing and society at large. See, it's one thing to be skeptical about a fighter. See, somebody said people hate Itauma because he's being pushed by the media. That's no reason to hate him. It's not his fault he's being pushed by the media. That's not a reason to want to see him lose. No, good reason as far as I'm concerned. It's a reason to be skeptical, yes. If people are skeptical about Itauma, that's fine. Yeah? Because he hasn't been tested. So it's perfectly okay to be skeptical. But to literally want him to lose, I'm like, what's he done wrong? Unless he comes up against your favorite fighter. Of course, then you're going to want to see him lose, right? And I'm sure there were some hardcore Dillian Whyte fans that wanted Itauma to lose. Okay, that's their favorite fighter. Dillian Whyte, they're backing him no matter who he faces. Cool. But for people who don't have a dog in the race, you know, not really a big fan of either guy, like, why would you be desperate for Itauma to lose? It's a weird one. Shout out to GMS Nightmare for the super chat. He says, when Usyk retires, Moses will clean up the division and retire before 30 due to lack of competition. This kid is a phenom. It could happen. It could happen, but there have been so many precocious talents in boxing that have not had such a perfect career, and therefore, I'm not going to make that prediction right now. It's okay for you to make it. All I'll tell you is, in terms of ability and potential, Itauma is the best heavyweight I've seen for a very long time at this age. I mean, there is absolutely no way on God's green earth that a 20-year-old Luke Partridge, a.k.a. Tyson Fury, a 20-year-old Deontay Wilder, or a 20-year-old Anthony Joshua would have lasted more than a couple of rounds with Itauma, in my opinion. Absolutely no way. How old was Tyson Fury, Luke Partridge, when he fought John McDermott the first time? He must have been about 20 then. You reckon that guy who struggled with John McDermott could have hung in there against the 20-year-old Itauma? Not a chance in hell. Okay? So this is what people need to be focusing on. This guy is way ahead in terms of his development, way ahead of the previous generation of heavyweights at the same age. I mean, AJ was still boxing as an amateur. I think he might have just started amateur boxing when he was about Itauma's age, maybe slightly younger. So, precocious talent indeed. How was this guy winning international tournaments in the amateurs, never lost a fight in the amateurs, when he had so few amateur fights, That's, again, indicative of how precocious the talent is. It's not normal. It's not normal for a kid at 14 to be rocking up to a pro gym in his school uniform and sparring Joe Joyce and giving him hell. That is not normal. Rastafari. Big up 1-1 for the super chat. Yes, my lord. Theo says, no denying his precocious talent and ahead of schedule, so to speak. Indeed. Will Murray says he definitely studies Usyk. He probably faints faster than Usyk. Well, he'd be very wise to study Usyk. Usyk is the gold standard. Especially given the fact Itauma's also a southpaw. That's the gold standard right there, Alexander Usyk. Need to be studying that guy. Not only Usyk's technique, need to be studying Usyk's mentality. Because it's Usyk's mentality, in fact, it's Usyk's mentality that's allowed him to develop such immaculate technique. Usyk is an obsessive. That's what he's like. He's an obsessive personality, obsessed about perfecting his boxing. Totally obsessed. That's why I knew he was going to beat Partridge. Well, both times I predicted he would beat Partridge, but in the second time, Partridge is face planting outside of a pub in Morecambe, while Usyk is already studying footage from the first fight with a notepad. That's what he said when he did that podcast with Steve Kim. You see the different mentalities? Usyk is totally obsessed with his craft. Even at the age of 37, man's obsessed. That is what Itauma needs, yeah? As much talent as he has, he needs to learn the Usyk level obsession. He needs to become sick in the head, right, with the obsession of perfecting his craft. Usyk is the gold standard. Trolls are bad says that pub thing was after the first fight, to be fair. Yeah, it was after the first fight, and that's what I'm saying is the problem. You're not supposed to be... If you've just lost to Alexander Usyk, a guy who is a professional 365, you're not supposed to be getting drunk, face planting outside of a pub. That's not going to do you any good at all. While he was face planting outside of a pub, 3 weeks after the first Usyk fight, Usyk was already in the gym with a pen and a pad, watching the fight, taking notes and deciding what he's going to adjust for the rematch. He was doing that 3 weeks after the fight, while Tyson Fury was getting bladdered. See the difference in mentality? If you want to be like Usyk or hope to come anywhere close to being like Usyk, you have to have that kind of mindset. You have to be a total professional. Can't be sloppy like Fury, Fury's got a lot of talent, but he's just sloppy, man. Just sloppy. Dog Boone says, what will have to happen for you to concede that the heavyweight boxing is over? Because from what I can see, there is no up-and-coming talent. Okay. I don't know what you're watching, Dog Boone. That's all I can say, because Moses Itauma is clearly a tremendous talent. So I don't know what you're watching, bro. I don't know what to tell you, my bro. Itauma is clearly a tremendous talent. Maybe you want heavyweight boxing to be over. I don't know, but heavyweight boxing is in good hands with a guy like Itauma coming up on the scene. There's also Bakir Jalilov, who, if he stops messing around with amateur boxing, is going to be a real problem. A real problem. In fact, if Jalilov is serious about professional boxing, he's a danger to Moses Itauma. If he's on his game, he's a real danger. So, yeah. There's also Teramawana. He's a handful. You got some of the later arrivals to the previous generation, right? Hrgovic being one of them. Opataya. Yep, if Opataya moves up. Dubois still there or thereabouts. It's going to be a different kind of era moving forward. It might be more of a monolithic era, slightly. But I don't think heavyweight boxing is over at all. People are always saying heavyweight boxing is over. You know, even in the 90s, people were saying it was over. So, the only era I've lived through of heavyweight boxing that was truly dreadful was the Klitschko era. And this next era coming up is nothing like the Klitschko era. Shout out to KB for the super chat. He says, Itauma is average. Big up the GOAT Partridge. I assume you're trolling. I certainly hope you are. Big up 1-1 for the super chat. Much appreciated, my bro. Kojo says Itauma versus Partridge. That's an intriguing fight. I'm not sure if Itauma's quite ready for that, but he might be. I don't know. You know, I just like to see him taking some rounds first before they stick him in there against the Partridge and Usyk, you know, anyone like that. I think it'd do him good. It's not just about what I want to see. I think it'd do him good to be taken rounds by somebody. And there are people that can take him rounds. Let's not pretend there isn't. There are people that can take this guy rounds. Dillian Whyte has been chinny for years. And he's washed. He looked terrible against Tete. I'm not sure why people thought he could wind the clock back. You know, you can't wind the clock back after all those miles. After all those knockout defeats. You ain't winding the clock back. Exactamundo says, for me, Itauma stops Fury. I mean, maybe, but I don't see the reason to put him in with someone like Fury next. It's not necessary, you know? Get him those rounds, put him in against Hrgovic, and they're going to need to pay Hrgovic a fortune. Let's be real. Hrgovic is a tough guy, brave guy, and he's got good skills, Hrgovic, at least offensive skills. But he's not a massive puncher. He gets hit quite easily. So they'll need to pay Hrgovic a lot of money to go in there against Moses Itauma, more than Dillian Whyte got. Evil Uncle Phil says Hrgovic can cause the upset. We'll see. There'll be a Slovakian versus a Croat. There's me throwing some shade at Moses. Moses was born in Slovakia, so I don't think it's disrespectful to call him a Slovakian just because he's half Slovakian. No, it's not because of that. He was actually born in Slovakia. I think is Moses Itauma even a British citizen? I don't know. I don't actually know whether he's a British citizen. Because he wasn't born in Britain, and neither of his parents are British. And neither one of them were born in Britain either. Slovakian mum, Nigerian dad, and he was born in Slovakia. So he's Slovakian. Slovakian British, right? With Nigerian heritage as well. Did I see any chinks in Itauma's armor? No, not in that fight. That's another thing. We'd need to see a longer fight, really, to hope to notice any chinks or look for any chinks, however you want to describe it. Warren Williams says he's British because he lives here. He's got a British passport. We've got to claim him. Got no one else. Does he have a British passport? I don't know if he's got a British passport. I mean, we're assuming he does. You know? We're assuming he does. It's not as easy as it used to be to get British citizenship. So, I don't know. Has he got a British passport? And the Slovakians must be vexed that he's not representing them right now, fighting out of Slovakia. Because they need boxing talent more than British people do. Sweet Science says he must have a passport. He went to school in the UK. Nah, bro. There are lots of people who go to school in the UK that don't have British citizenship. There are people that live their lives years and years. There was a rapper, I forget the guy's name, who got deported to Jamaica in his early 20s. He went to school in the UK and everything. Lived in the UK from when he was a little kid. Went to school, high school, might have gone to college. And man got deported. So I don't even know if Itauma's British. Shout out to Copezilla. He says, when White fought AJ, Moses was 10 years old. Yeah. Fast progress, isn't it? Cashtastic, there you go, Johnny Grafter. He's named him. Cashtastic is the rapper who went to school in the UK, everything, grew up in the UK, and got deported in like his early 20s or something, back to Jamaica. I think he's still there now. C. Barry says, I don't give a F about flags, too much business around flags. I just watch the best talent, and I'm the same. So let me not misrepresent myself here like I care that he's British or not. I'm just curious, that's all. It doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not somebody that just supports fighters because they're British and backs the British fighter over any foreign fighter. No, I'm not like that at all. If I was like that, then I would have been backing Partridge over Usyk, right? I would have been backing Dubois over Usyk. So I'm not just somebody that's going to back the Brit. I like the fighters I like, although I try to, when I'm assessing their careers, put who I like and dislike aside and just judge them objectively. No fighter is below praise and no fighter is above criticism. Even if I hate a fighter, if he does something good, I'm going to give him that praise. I'm going to give him his due. I'm going to give him a fair shake. One says, the only thing I've seen is that his hands are quite low and he backs up in straight lines after he attacks at times. But here's the thing about backing up in straight lines. You can back up in straight lines depending on the opponent and depending on where you are in the ring. You cannot be backing up in straight lines if an opponent's got the reach on you and sufficient speed, because then it becomes dangerous, right? If Itauma Itauma had Dillian Whyte backed up against the ropes, and at times he was jumping out in a straight line and jumping back in. You're not going to jump out at an angle in the middle of a combination. You know what I mean? You're going to jump out in order to jump back in. So as long as he's situationally aware, I don't see that being a problem myself. It's when you are backing out of the pocket and your back's close to the ropes, like AJ against Dubois, that's when you pay for it. Against the guy who's got the foot speed to be able to throw a straight shot or an overarm shot and catch you when you're pulling out the pocket like that. Itauma has the speed. Big up 1-1. He says, Hatman is fair. Anyone can get it. Shout out to LU for the super chat. Big up. Exactamundo says, only boxer I support is Allen. One says, I support Usyk against everyone. See, Usyk has been pretty much the model champion. How can I not support a guy like that? Do you know what I mean? Like, he has been the ultimate throwback fighter. No messing about, going for the biggest and most dangerous fights back to back to back to back, chasing down younger, bigger fighters in their backyards. That's the type of smoke that Usyk has been on since day one. What's not to like? And he's not running around the ring trying to steal decisions. He's actually taking it to you. So I don't understand how anybody could not like Usyk, to be honest. I don't get it. Like, Usyk has been fantastic for boxing. He's been the best thing to happen to the heavyweight division for decades. I don't think Usyk is even as appreciated as he should be, even now. Yeah? This is the best thing to happen to heavyweight boxing in decades. One of the reasons he doesn't get the flowers that he should get is simply because of the language barrier. Because most of the money in boxing is in the Anglosphere. And since Usyk doesn't speak great English, even though he still comes across as very charismatic with the broken English, because he ain't from the Anglosphere, he doesn't get the same kind of appreciation or, credit as he would get otherwise. If Usyk was American or British, I mean, he'd be the superstar of all superstars. Do you know what I mean? Indeed, Ocean Blue. He relieved us of all the partridge nonsense. Yeah, Usyk done partridge right in. He done partridge right in. Through the Storm says, Hatman Turkey said he wants Itauma versus Usyk next. I hope he doesn't get his way. Oh, I think it's too early for Itauma. I mean, okay, he could take the risk, get beat, and still come back after that. He's young enough. But, yeah, I don't think that's a wise move. It's not a necessary move. It's not necessary to do that. Ryan Emus says Itauma says he doesn't deserve to fight Usyk. And based upon merit, he doesn't. Itauma doesn't deserve the WBO #1 ranking. That's some Frank Warren shenanigans with the WBO behind the scenes, because he's been very close to that sanctioning body for decades, since the beginning, in my opinion. Right? So Itauma doesn't deserve the ranking he has. I mean, after beating a name like Dillian Whyte. But where was Dillian Whyte? I don't think Dillian Whyte's even ranked in the top 15 of any of the major sanctioning bodies right now anyway. So, damn, D-Dub says he fell asleep. You missed the fight? Exactamundo says, I think it's a 50-50 fight. I mean, you might turn out to be right if they do fight next. But like I say, for me, it's unnecessary to put a guy like Itauma, who hasn't had rounds so far in his pro career. It's unnecessary to put him in with Usyk next. Just put him in there against Hrgovic. That's a proven, durable guy. Never been knocked out. Great chin. Comes with ambition. He's strong. He's got offensive skills. See how he gets on against Hrgovic. If he gets through that, then maybe put him in with a Parker. If Usyk is still around at that stage, then you go for the Usyk fight if he gets through Parker as well. Moses Itauma. That's the way I would do it personally. Because I agree with what somebody said earlier on in the chat. That fight there against Dillian Whyte really told us nothing, or it told me nothing. It told some people something, because there was people out there that thought Dillian Whyte was going to win. So it told them something. But for me personally, I thought Itauma was going to win anyway. That told us nothing there against Dillian Whyte. I knew Dillian Whyte was washed. Many of us knew he was washed. So what did that tell us? Moraz Man says, Caballero, please. That's a very dangerous fight for Itauma. I'm not even sure Caballero would be the right move for Itauma next. I'm not even sure. That might be a step too far. Supersized Fry says, Super Chat not working. It's working for many others. Somebody earlier on in the stream said, if you're using a VPN, that might be the issue. Either switch your VPN to a different location or turn the VPN off and see if that solves it. Let me know. Big up yourself. Supersized Fries. Great name. Terry O'Conman says, Hrgovic is perfect for Itauma, but Fish Eyes would probably offer him less than Whyte, if anything. Yeah, he might. And if Turkey doesn't want it, it's going to be hard to make the fight happen if Hrgovic wants a certain amount. Then again, maybe we're underestimating how big Itauma is now, because that was a high-profile fight for him. Yeah, Itauma's with Frank Exactamundo. He's with Frank Warren. Big up Craig Welsh Boxer in the chat. Supersized Fry says, Hrgovic is too slow for Moses. Fight doesn't interest me. Well, the reason I suggest Hrgovic is because Hrgovic is proven tough. He's proven durable. So that's the guy that I would expect to take Itauma rounds. And rounds is what Itauma needs as part of his development. Big up Devin in the chat. He says, just got home, watched the Hrgovic and Whyte fights. Do you think Itauma would have done Chisora in as easy as Whyte? No, I don't. I think Chisora would have offered him more. Jake says, people saying in the comment sections that it all started with an illegal punch to the back of the head. To be fair, it actually did. To be fair, it actually did. But would that have made a difference? I seriously doubt it. Dillian Whyte's movements were so slow and janky. He was bound to get caught sooner or later, either with a shot to the face, the chin, you name it. And I'm sure Dillian Whyte's going to be very vocal about that, about the fact that the first shot was to the back of the head. It was. Several people saying the super chat not working. Damn. Have I got a hater in YouTube admin or what's going on? There you go. Got a super chat from Sazad, so it's working well for him. D-Man says, just watched, and big up LU. D-Man says, just watched Parker IFL interview. He looks uneasy. Yeah, he did. I mentioned that earlier on when I saw that interview. Parker looked red in the face. He looked red in the face. Man looked red, but Parker looked shook. Parker's face did not look like that of a man who relished fighting Moses Itauma next. Dog Boone says super chat not working, but Sazad just super chatted right now. So it's working for some, but not for others. Bob says Partridge is the admin. Yeah, Partridge has got his minions. Trying to block the super chats. Got a super chat from Supersized Fries. Big up. He says, boxing is beautiful. You can see the levels in real time. You can have a fighter coming along who is just universally better than everyone else. Big up Supersized Fries. So, by that, are you suggesting that Itauma's just better than everybody else? He's doing his thing. Shout out to D-Man for the super chat. He says, it's working. They must be using keywords that are blocked. Ah, that's what it could be. That's what it could be. They're blocking keywords. Are you using any profanity? Oh, okay. Sazad says, my super chat works on my iPhone. Hatman, check if the others are Android. So the guys who are trying to super chat, but it's not working, are you using iPhone or Android? Got a message through from one of my friends here. I'm sure he's going to be talking about the fight. Yeah, he's laughing. Poor Dylan got done in. Kyle says, do you think Partridge knows how to use a computer? Probably. I don't think he spends too much time at a computer. But I'm sure he knows how to use one. Shout out to GMS Nightmare for the super chat. He says, what about Dubois versus Moses next? I'd still rather Hrgovic. Because I want to see rounds. I mean, Dubois versus Moses could be a shootout where either one of them gets chinned, you know? It'd be exciting. But I'm more thinking from the perspective of Itauma's development. And I sound like a broke record here. He needs rounds. He needs rounds. Yeah, Dubois is dangerous. I agree. GMS Nightmare says Moses will beat Dubois. He might, but it's all about risk reward at this stage for a young up and coming contender. It's not like he's a champion. When you're a champion, you have to take on all comers. That's what you should be doing. When you're an up and coming contender, you're trying to maneuver your way up the rankings and eventually to a world title shot. And you're supposed to be building yourself. You're supposed to be going through experiences that prepare you for the championship level. Itauma has not, at this stage, had the experiences that would prepare him for what can happen at championship level. And I think remember guys, Itauma has never lost a fight in his life. He never lost any amateur fights. You know, so he needs to experience some adversity in that pro ring. Or at least some stubbornness from an opponent who's come to win and throw shots back and can take his power. He needs to experience those things. So shout out to GMS Nightmare. Shout out to LU. He says, Hatman, I think Justice Hooney defeats Moses Itauma. Okay. You care to elaborate? Mura's man says, nah, Hooney's got no chin. Hooney can box. But, yeah, he doesn't appear to have the greatest punch resistance. I mean, Kevin Lorena had him all over the place. Obviously, Fabio Wardley just stopped him with one shot. So I wouldn't favor Hooney in that fight. That's a good suggestion, Danny. Let me get up the heavyweight top 10 so you guys can have a look. If I even still have it. Okay, I might need to drag it in. I think I deleted it out of OBS. 1 second. That'll be a good thing to have on screen. Shout out to Danny. Okay, then we got the heavyweight rankings. We can substitute it for this. So let's undo that. Let's just center that. There you go, heavyweight rankings. You guys can pick through those and suggest some names for Moses Itauma next. 1-1 says he has to learn to pace himself at a tough fight. None of us, and even he, knows how his engine holds up. Indeed. It's one thing doing it in the gym. Ben Davison was talking about this in a post-fight interview. He was saying that he's seen Itauma in the late rounds in sparring push fighters back and take it to him. That's cool in sparring. Under the bright lights with little gloves and no headgear, it's different. So we need to see it. Itauma needs to know about it, that he can come through situations like that. Bourne thinks Moses KOs Dubois at this point. Steve Donner says, how is Hunter 7? Shola says, Hatman, there's a problem for Android users using super chats. They're charging me but not registering on your channel. Man, YouTube is up to some BS then, bro. I don't know what is going on there. That's like theft or something. It's like YouTube taking your money, but the super chat not showing up. Does your YouTube app need updating maybe? Evil Uncle Phil says he's on Android and isn't having any issues with super chatting. God knows, bro. I don't know. Like I say, are you using profanity in any of the super chats? If anybody's using profanity, that might get blocked. Shout out to 4Fox Sake for the super chat. He says, Mr. L. Partridge, I was elated when he beat Klitschko 2015. Funny, talented, anti-establishment, now insufferable BS guy conning his way to Hall of Fame status. I couldn't have summed it up better myself. Shout out to 4Fox Sake. Need to be careful saying that name for the algorithm. For the super chat, big up yourself, sir. Yes, I also liked Partridge in the early days. I thought he was a breath of fresh air. But he turned out to be a Harvey Dent. You either retire a Fury or you fight on long enough to see yourself become a Partridge. Big up whoever it was that came up with that line a few live chats ago. You either retire a Fury or fight on long enough to see yourself become a Partridge. Shout out to Joshua Hooker for the super chat. He says the WBA is the who's that of heavyweight boxing. That's a whole fact. What a bizarre top 15 with a WBA. All sorts of obscure names in there, people I've never seen before, never heard of before. Shout out to Moro's man for the super chat. He says, I only watched Hrgovic Adeleye. It delivered. Yeah, it was a good fight. Even though Hrgovic won every round, Adeleye kept swinging with big shots and he showed plenty of heart and he did rock Hrgovic in that 8th round. So it did turn out to be the fight of the night. So that's one thing Duke McKenzie was right about. He picked Adeleye to win that fight, but he said it was going to be a good fight. It'd be like fight of the night. And it was fight of the night. For me anyway. I mean, some people might say the Nick Ball fight or Ray Ford fight, but no, for me, it was the Hrgovic Adeleye fight for drama. Shout out to Moro's man for the super chat. Shout out to Jay Silver. He said Sonny Edwards said he heard Whyte had a leg injury before the fight. Well, actually, there was somebody, I think it was Ben Odom, who, after watching Whyte at the press conference, or walking to the stage at a press conference, he said it's obvious that Whyte has got a cruciate ligament injury. And he said, why is nobody talking about it? And I'm like, well, I recognized he was walking funny, but I'm not clued up enough on, that type of thing to come out with a diagnosis that he's got a ligament injury, but maybe he was right. Maybe Ben Odom was bang on there. So yeah, shout out to Jay Silva saying that Sonny Edwards said he heard Whyte had a leg injury before the fight. He may well have done. I don't think it would have helped much if he didn't have the leg injury, but still. Shout out to GMS Nightmare. He says, I honestly can't see anyone aside from Usyk beating Moses. I can't see any of them living with his speed and power. Heavyweights are not used to that type of speed. That's a good comment. As far as heavyweights not being used to that type of speed, they're not. Especially combined with the power. The way he steps in and out in the middle of combinations and fires off and goes head and body. Yeah, heavyweights are not used to that. They're really not used to that. Sazat said, is that Duke's first wrong prediction. No, it's not his first wrong prediction. He's had predictions wrong in the past, but his run of correct predictions has been broken because he's been on a fantastic run of late. You know, we all tend to go on runs when it comes to predictions. So shout out to GMS Nightmare. A lot of people will concur with you. I'm sure, especially after this early knockout of Dillian Whyte, they'll be saying nobody's going to come close to beating Itauma other than Usyk. Usyk's the only one who can beat him. That's what many people will be saying now, I'm sure. Shout out to Suited and Booted for the super chat. He says, sorry for being late. Just got back from the pub watching the night of boxing. Who actually gives Moses a real test, Hatman? Yeah, shout out to Suited and Booted for the super chat. I think, I don't know whether Hrgovic gives Itauma a real test necessarily. I think he gives him rounds. And I think that's what Itauma needs right now. He needs rounds. He might give him some kind of a test because Hrgovic has got plenty of ambition himself. He's aggressive. He throws a lot of shots. His fitness looked improved in this fight with David Adeleye under Abel Sanchez. He's got him training up in Big Bear at altitude. Fitness looked a lot better. And he's got an iron jaw, as he once again demonstrated against Adeleye. I mean, the shots Adeleye hit him with in that 8th round would have decked most heavyweights. Filip Hrgovic with that granite chin stood up to the shots as usual. So I'd like to see him in there against Hrgovic. Somebody else mentioned Miller. Miller's also very tough. So somebody like that. Give him rounds, you know, ask him some psychological questions. When he can't blow somebody out in a couple of rounds, how does he cope? How does he negotiate himself through a longer fight? How does he pace himself? How does he deal with adversity? What if he gets a cut? What if he gets hit with a body shot that hurts him? Because these are the questions that you will get asked eventually at world level. So it's better to get asked these questions on the way up so that you're prepared to go through those experiences when you fight for the title. So shout out to Suited and Booted. What do you think though, Suited and Booted? Who would you like to see, or who do you think would give Moses a test? I mean, I think Usyk is too early for Moses. I don't think he's ready for Usyk now. Yeah, some people suggesting Andy Ruiz. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. Ruiz is back. I saw him hitting mitts the other day. He's still got those incredibly fast hands, Andy Ruiz. So that's a good shout. Somebody said Charles Martin. I don't like the Charles Martin fight. I don't think Martin's durable enough. I want somebody who's real durable. So yeah, like Miller or Hrgovic. They've got that track record of being iron-jawed and durable. Steve Donner says, if you can KO that tombstone Hrgovic, then I'll believe. Well, me, I'm not necessarily looking for him to KO Hrgovic. It'd be good for Itauma if it did. It would make people believe more, but nobody's KO'd Hrgovic so far. And he's fought some good guys. So even just beating Hrgovic is a box ticked as far as I'm concerned. As long as he beats him without any controversy, it's a box ticked. Shout out to Suited and Booted for the super chat. He says, do we see Itauma beating Parker right now? I think he probably would beat Parker if they were to fight next. But again, I don't think it's necessary to go straight into a Parker fight. But if they did, yeah, I probably would pick Itauma to win. Michael says, Hrgovic has a chin but lacks knockout power himself. Yeah, he's not the most heavy-handed guy. As he says, Parker wants none of that. I'll tell you what he'll want for that. He'll want a flipping fortune. He will want a fortune to step in the ring against Moses Itauma. He'll want a king's ransom. Yep, waved. Many people have been saying the same thing, that Turkey wants to see Itauma in there against Usyk next. I don't think it's a wise move. But, it's up to Itauma and his team. It's up to Frank Warren, Francis and George and that whole team. They're his handlers. Will they want to go down that road? You wouldn't have thought so. But maybe if the money they get offered is too big, maybe they'll say, you know what, let's just do it. I would have thought they'd be a bit wiser than that, though. Yes, Debyakri, it would age well on Usyk's resume. If he was to beat Itauma before retiring, it aged fantastically well on Usyk's resume, potentially. Danny says, do it. Osaka Castle says Usyk would rather catch him early. Well, Usyk doesn't really have any other choice than to catch him early. I don't think Usyk's got 2 years left in him. In my personal opinion, at the top, I don't think he's got 2 years left in him. Letmier says Warren's been saying names like Hrgovic and Zhang. Turkey is the one who keeps trying to push for Usyk Itauma. Maybe Turkey's just building hype. Maybe he's just throwing Itauma's name out there as a potential opponent for Usyk just to build hype around Itauma. Associating Itauma's name with Usyk's name. Do you know what I mean? Adrian says, not even 1 year. He said one more fight, then quits. And I think Usyk should quit now. I think he's reached the point of diminishing returns. Joshua says, I think this song might have been in one of the Fight Night games. Okay. How long do I think Usyk could go on without losing? Well, if he's fighting like top contenders and mandatories and stuff like that, I don't see him going 2 years without losing. I just don't see it. Especially if he's got at least 3 belts and he's forced to fight mandatories. Nah, someone's going to get him, bro. It's a combination of father time and also lack of motivation. Even though Usyk is the consummate professional, when you've done as much as he has, you just can't have the same level of motivation for every fight. You just can't. And I saw signs in the Dubois rematch. Even though he stopped Dubois earlier than he did in the first fight, I saw signs there that father time is catching up with him. He was more stationary. I don't think it was all by choice. Some people think it was just all totally strategic by Usyk. No, I don't see it. Because there were various moments in that fight where he actually got pinned in a corner by Dubois. And he didn't try to move his head. He didn't try to move out of the corner. He stood there with his gloves up like Marco Hook and waited for Dubois to throw punches at him, block the punches. And then he moved out. He didn't even counter. Usyk never used to fight like that. See, it reminded me of Muhammad Ali. That's what started happening with Ali when his legs started to go, when he couldn't move as consistently throughout the course of a fight as he could when he was in his 20s or in his, early mid-20s. Is you started seeing him lay on the ropes more, in the corners more. And it's not voluntary. It's because he has to take a rest. He can't move as consistently as he used to. Usyk weighed 227 pounds for his last fight. That's a career heaviest. And I don't think it was all strategic. I think that father time is undefeated, even for Alexander Usyk, and he'd be well advised to call it a day before somebody who couldn't have beaten him in his prime beats him now. Shout out to Suited and Booted. He says, We will look back in 10 years and say we just missed Usyk versus Itauma and we had it on a plate. Imagine that. Yeah, but for me, I mean, many people will say that for sure. But for me, I want to see great fighters. If Itauma goes on to be great, it's all potential right now. He hasn't fulfilled it. But I want to see great fighters fight in their primes. You know, Usyk's not in his prime anymore. Okay, you could say Itauma's not yet in his prime. We don't know. You know, we'll have to look back retrospectively to understand what Itauma's prime was. I mean, if you look at Mike Tyson, his prime was what? In his early 20s? So maybe Itauma will be the same. But anyway, the point I'm making is Usyk ain't in his prime. So if Itauma fought him and beat him, okay, it's a passing of the torch fight, but I'd rather have seen Itauma fight a peak version of Usyk. But unfortunately, their ages and trajectories don't match up that way. So we'll never get that. Osaka Castle says Usyk rates Moses so highly, even said he's the best right now. Oh, for real? All right, peeps, I'm going to bring this live stream to a close. I'd like to shout out each and every one of you for joining the conversation. It's been very, very enjoyable. I've had fun. Hopefully you guys have as well. I want to give a special shout out to those who donated via Super Chat. The list is actually too long to read out today, but I'll give it a go anyway. Let's see. We've got Alv Shill, Contact, Black Dynamite, Matthew Wilson, GMS Nightmare, Adam James. I'm missing some of the trolls are bad. Guys, in fact, let me try to do it this way. Where are we at? Yeah, this is an easier way to do it. So reading out the super chat. Here. GMS Nightmare, Matt Borgerson. Contact. S. Rippit. Hyperspaz, Mr. Luca, Brad H, James Clifford. Yeah, read out Hyperspaz. George, Big John Boxing News, D-Man, Dill 87, Craig, Supersize Fries, Beast LFC, President Brush, Josh, Through the Storm. Yeah, President Brush. Ocean Blue. KO Kid Boxing. B-Tech Grammar Course. Big up B-Tech Grime. Jaden Ellis. D-Man, if I didn't already mention him. Joshua Hooker. Evil Uncle Phil. Copezilla. Patriotic Joe. Alv Shill. Mark S. Samil. Nathan. Pat Styles, D. Robin, Surviving Sobriety, Bobs, 1-1, KB, LU, Sazad, 4 Fox, Suited and Booted. I think I got everybody's name. So special shout out to those who donated via Super Chat. Yes, until next time, all you guys, take care, be good. Thank you for watching. We'll catch you on the other side. I'm out. Oh, and shout out to Grizz for a super chat on the way out. He says, just getting in, Hatman. What next for Adeleye? Next for Adeleye, I think he should target the winner of Fraser Clark versus Jamie TKV. That's what I think he should do next. Back down to British level. See what he can do. Because that was probably like European fringe world level fighting. I mean, Hrgovic is world level, to be fair. But who's the European champion right now? Do you guys know who the European heavyweight champion is? Maybe you could fight him if it's not somebody too taxing. Otherwise, drop down to British level and fight the winner of Fraser Clark against Jamie TKV. That's what I think he should do next. Shout out to Grizz D for the super chat late. Hopefully you enjoy the stream if you rewind it. Big up Grizz D. All right? Until next time, folks. Take care. Over and out.